Howdy meowdy. Yeah. Baby's here too. Hi. It is currently the 20th of November. Well, actually it's the 19th, but we're past the midnight hour. Our sleep schedule is completely messed up. Now, if you excuse me. Setting up stuff still. I'm actually going to be promoting our stream in a couple of places. Before anything. I normally don't do this. I normally do not promote our stuff. But you know what? Fuck it. Why not? At this point. Let me just make sure that our attacks are all good. Significant profanity and vulgarity is turned on. Good. I may say fuck. And that's the only reason why it's there. Let's see. Where else can we promote this on? We'll do it on here, maybe? No, not there. Definitely not there. Oh, goodness. Oh, why the heck not? I should probably push it up so people know what the end product's gonna look like. Oh, the silly little Glover sprite up there. I kind of forgot about it. And had I not looked to the side, and that is to the very side over here-ish. Yep. Vivi with the reminder. Yeah. Silly creature you are. Righty-ho, righty-ho. Alright. I haven't quite started yet. I did start a little early. I'm saying early, but like, to be fair, it's kind of late. Kind of late in our time, but early as in when I stream, I like the start of the stream to be on the hour mark. So I don't quite consider this the start of it until we've gone past the hour mark, when we were at o'clock. Why am I not able to like words this in a simpler manner? I feel as though there's an easy way to say what I'm talking about without overcomplicating it like this. Let me try to think this through if I say it in an even stupider way. When the minutes hit 0, there we go. That's when I like to stream. On the hour. Yeah. I think that's good. No promo stuff here. Nothing there. Oh, that guy's still around. Cool. I'm getting distracted just checking stuff now. Oops. Apparently something happened there but got deleted. That's weird. Anyways, currently we have our Rush playlist in the background. That is to say that anything pertaining speedy stuff. Hi, welcome to the stream. Is that the only place where I can... I think it might be. Oh wait, no, I can still do it over here. I think. I swear there was a promo channel here. Maybe I'm misremembering it. I think I'm misremembering it. Yeah. Oh well. No biggie. I think for next time I should start like grabbing a couple of links to channels I want to promote this to, because otherwise I'm gonna be stuck here again. Right. 59. Yeah, good enough. Let's actually start cleaning stuff up. Why did we put the glove on? Vivi, we're not drawing. I mean, I guess it's kind of like drawing, but like I don't need the glove on. There we go. Start the timer. We're starting to clean it up. Okay. I feel as though the head on this side is actually better than the one on the other side. Is there any ear change? There is a bit of an ear change there. However, well, it actually kind of goes back and forth. Okay. I see what you're cooking there, Vivi. The nose is also different per frame for some reason. Oh, wait. There's like a bit of a... Okay, it kind of looks like there's a bit of a waddle, like going like back and forth, but I feel as though that's just the fact that we converted from like a big picture to a smaller picture. Yeah, this seems to be like the cleanest one. I do like the eye on this one, so I'm just going to copy that one over. Not quite. Not quite. Yeah. Did I have... No, I didn't. Good. Let's see. This one does have that one at the top. Let me just make sure that the reference is proper. Yeah, there we go. Have it on the side there. I wonder if the hair tuft is like too exaggerated now that I'm looking at it again. It's like really short. The hair tufts are like really short on the reference that was provided. But I feel as though we may have like drawn them a little too long here. I wonder if we need to shorten that up. It would mean maybe redoing a little bit of the animation there. And we'll tweak it later. Let's just keep consistent for now. Probably should wanna... Yeah, I want to zoom in a little further then. So we can focus on a single sprite. And it might be too zoomed in for my liking. There we go. Okay, that's actually kind of silly. That's not how it animates, but it's really funny how I managed to like focus on the head only. If you notice on the sides here, you can still see like the border between the sprites over here, here, and there. It's like going off by 1 pixel, and it kind of looks like the head isn't moving at all. The GoPro view, true. That is what it feels like. The GoPro view. Yeah, I just wanted to check whether or not the sprites were aligned between each other. There we go. I want to make sure that the head is on the right position here. It's not quite the same. Seems to be a little lower. So it's not 100% consistent. Do I have to deduct points from Vivi? No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna be mean like that. Now I kind of want to have like a very like subtle tilt going left and right. But like There's really no need for that. I have been thinking of changing some of the shortcuts on Paint. Now you might be thinking, shortcuts on Paint? There are no shortcuts on MS Paint. Well, yeah, normally, no, there aren't. However, this is a very special version of MS Paint where we did add a couple of shortcuts, namely being able to scroll an entire screen rather than only a fourth, which has been super helpful for like cases like these, where we only want to focus on one sprite in particular. However, we have been since we've been using a sprite for like our other contract work on Toxic Crusaders specifically, we've kind of been accustomed to a different set of shortcuts which we've also set up ourselves. Well, can't say we, that's more of a me thing. Okay, gotta be real, I keep saying that. I keep doing the same mistake over and over, where I go like, we, and then it turns out, no, it's only supposed to just be me. Like, Vivi had nothing to do with it. Like, at this point, I feel as though I'm worse than my mom, in that case. My mom, or I guess our mom in this case, had this really bad habit of, like, calling one name when she meant the other. Like, it was really bad. Alright, the eye does actually go lower here. So I want the eye to actually go low when it goes down here. Okay. Keep animating it. I should focus on one frame first before I do the rest of them. Alright, let's actually clean up this one frame. Do the other ones look better? They kind of have a bit more detail here. I might just grab that. Yeah, I like the fuzz on that. I like the fuzz feel of that. I should probably grab the, yeah, I should open up the draw file so I know more or less what Vivi drew a while ago. Because that'd be good reference. Let's see. The file's still called Stress Kit, that's funny. In fact, I say that every single time. Okay, it is a bit messy. Okay, I see why the eye was like that now. Yeah, it seems like the walking frames are a bit more cleaned up compared to the standing one. And that one seems to be a little thicker. Yeah, might want to adjust that so it's not as thick. Yeah, there's like no or barely any connection there. I kind of like that more, yeah. There we go. As for the buck teeth, yeah, I think I'm pushing it back a little bit. Yeah. Let me just compare it to this one. It goes, well, that one needs to be a little lower because, like, actually, that's like kind of all the way over there. Yeah, I see what I did there. I see what we did there. To keep things nicer, I think we might have, yeah, I think we lowered it on this end, because, like, you know, front views are kind of difficult for that kind of stuff. Otherwise, it would have been, like, more like here-ish. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. It would be a bit more consistent, technically. Let me do a little bit of editing now. It's all part of the cigar there. Compared to that and that. Like, I think that helps the expression. From further away. From further away, it's kind of unclear. It's like less clear what it's supposed to be. Although I think that's mostly this thing playing a role in that. I think if I adjust it like this. Yeah, that's clearer. Not like we'll be seeing it from super far away anyways. Well, right now it just kind of looks like they're chewing, but... hang on, it needs to be the entire thing. Hmm. Now I kind of wish I had the... Actually, let me quickly take a look at one thing here. Right. Oh boy. Please realign yourself to the nearest pixel. Thank you. Even though that's not gonna matter because I'm gonna need to do this real quick. Right, there's just subtle stuff going on there. Yeah. Yeah, excuse me, because like I'm like trying to figure out what to do here. Oh, that's weird. Oh, hang on. I need to adjust that so it's like less. By one less. Okay, the only thing that's kind of a shame when it comes to like this setup here on Twitch is the fact that you can't see any of the sub menus when we click on things. So you're not going to be able to see some of the other intricate things that we're looking at, which is a shame. In fact, that gives me an excuse to get the thumbnail view open. Right, attributes 6. So I want to turn that into a 5, so it's 1 less on the right side. So now it always aligns to the pixel. Okay, good. That's how I wanted to do it. Okay. Yeah, Paint is a little quirky where like it still has like 1 pixel here of buffer on the very right side. So in order for things to always be aligned to a grid perfectly, I have to reduce the size of the canvas by 1. But only because of the right side. I think the reason why they do it is just so you have a little bit more leeway on the resizing feature, which is, you know, that little point over there. The free resize thing that they have. I'll be honest, like, a lot of programs just kind of sleep on that feature. We rely heavily on that. It's like, this is all you gotta do to resize the canvas. It's just, there you go. And it just resizes for you. Like, there it is. Like, you just find the middle point and you just drag it down. It would have been nicer if the middle point was always consistent on screen. That would have been really nice. But I'm no programmer, so I can't really do that. But, like, wow. Just a bit of a pet peeve. Maybe we'll go through the source code again and, like, fix it ourselves. Of course, this would mean that we'd need to learn a little bit of, I think it's C# or, like, C to, like, figure out what any of it means. That is if we even decide to touch the MS Paint source code, which we can't claim that we have. But we do know who sort of has, like, a version of it. It's like, it's based off of, like, a... The disassembly is based off of a leaked version, I think. I can't remember the details. Which is a good thing to say. Keeps things legal. Though, to be fair, according to most big companies, using an older version of their software is a legal thing. These days especially. They're just like, oh no, you can't use this old version of it because, They never have like a good excuse. Not even legal excuses for that one. It's just, oh no, it's just deprecated. Don't use it anymore. Like, well, I'm still going to be using it. I paid for the software years ago. It was part of Windows XP. I'm going to be using it anyways. I mean, I didn't pay for it. It was my parents. But still, we own the thing, so we're going to continue using it. Like, there's nothing stopping me from just using the old version of Paint to this day. I mean, there's of course something stopping us from like customizing it, which is, you know, not having the source code available, at least not officially. But, you know, there are workarounds. Like, imagine if you're not allowed to like, yeah, imagine paying for like ingredients to make a cake, and you're not allowed to make any cake besides like the one that's advertised on the box. That's what it feels like a lot of the times when it comes to like big companies not letting you use older software. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean we can't just like modify the thing that we paid for? I can understand it, like, you know, oh, what's the name for it? I can understand when it comes to like warranties and stuff. Cause like, yeah, if I'm gonna be messing with the software, I shouldn't be expecting the yeah, that's what it is, right to repair. It's kind of like right to repair, but this is more like a right to customize, I guess. But it kind of goes into the same position, yeah. It's the same logic too. I feel as though the right to repair is just as important as the right to modify a given software. Now, releasing it as your own product, that's, you know, that's where I'd draw the line. Like, sure, we are doing a lot of, like, ROM hack stuff, but, like, we would never sell it as a product. We can't. Honestly, like, morally and, like, legally speaking, we can't. For one thing, I would not want to sell a ROM hack or like any modification of a game as, you know, as its own game. If it still required the original ROM in order to be able to play it, then yes, absolutely, I wouldn't be opposed to that. As long as there's no content that like doesn't require you to like use a different thing to patch it, then that's all good. I feel as though that would be fair game if you need to use a different thing in order to get the product. But as is, without the need of any patching, and you just like download and you know that there it is, no, I would not distribute anything like that. At least not monetarily. And it does bring me to something else I want to do. At some point, when we do bring our website back, I want to make sure that all ROM hack related media is only acquirable via patching. Because, like, yeah, sure, they normally don't give a shit about that kind of stuff on the Sonic side, but yeah, no. For one thing, it's future-proofing. For another, it just feels right, you know? Needing the thing that you're working off of in order to, like, make that in the product. Like, it just makes sense to have that. Like, if you're using code, then make sure that you have the thing available. It's like most other mods for, like, games and stuff. Like, you don't want the, oh goodness, what's it called again? You don't want the original game to be, like, released alongside the mod. Like, if you're making the download, you don't want to include the entire game in there. Unless you absolutely need to, in which case you'd still want to have it. Like, you still want to make sure that the people who did get the mod actually paid for the game. I think that's like the big thing. Is like, I think that's where I really draw the line. It's like you have to have the original in order to play it. Yeah, no worries. It's hello, welcome to the stream. Okie dokie. It's a little early to tell whether or not something is wrong, but yeah. Thank you. Do enjoy your lurk. Radio. Yes, Gato Slip is fairly removed. I mean, that was like the big point of Gato Slip, is for it to be nothing like what the original game was like. However, it still uses it as a code base. It still has everything to do with a ROM hack internally. And the platform section, like any 2D section, is still 100% just stock Sonic gameplay. Well, I can't say 100% stock Sonic 1, because it does have a bunch of bug fixes, either from my side or from looking at the later games and taking like examples of that, or just like doing my own versions of those fixes. Usually doing my own version of the fixes, of course, because like I can't just one-to-one copy things from the other games, because, you know, that'd be a nightmare for like patch and stuff. Actually, speaking of that, I'm gonna need to do a couple of changes, because yes, I do realize, since Gato Slip is based off of Extended Edition directly, as in TOOF Extended Edition, it comes with the extra caveat that a lot of the things that I used back in the day, like tutorials and stuff, tended to rely on code that existed in later games. Like a particular example I'm trying to think of. Bug fixes like the race condition on the decompression system. That is to say, if your art is decompressed with the water level at a certain point, or like if you start the decompression system on a part where the water is at a certain point, then the game will crash, because it starts setting up the decompression values, or like the start of the decompression routine, but it doesn't finish it. But it's still like set to do the decompression stuff. So when it comes to like when the code gets interrupted by the part that does decompress the routine, then it ends up like loading in garbage and crashing. Well, it doesn't load in garbage. I think it just directly jumps to the header, because that's just 0. Yeah, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, because like it just goes directly to 0, because that's where the I think it's just like a jump, like it's a variable that just like jumps to ROM. Yeah, hang on. Let me take a quick look now. Hang on, I'm pausing real quick. I need to take a look at this real quick. All right, quick detour. We're taking a field trip. Excuse me for a minute. Ah, goodness. Here we go again. Just need to move a couple of windows down. I am kind of curious about this now. I'm hoping this is not going to take too long, because I do want to move on with the sprite stuff. So, let me just quickly set up the window, because I am very curious. Let me just make sure that we're set up correctly on the title. And top screen. That's the cropped version. There we go. Oh, paint's still open. There we go. Okay. I really need to check this real quick. Okay, where is it? Because, like, now I'm really curious about, like, what is causing this. Alright. So, I want to grab just any of this assembly. I know exactly where I'm looking at. So, yeah, to reiterate, in Labyrinth Zone, there's a crash you can cause if you happen to roll at the end of Act 1. In which case, it's not the rolling itself, it's more like the camera position moving downwards. If the water happens to be at a very particular point, the game crashes. And it happens because of H blank, for one thing. Because that one goes into demo time, which is still the worst named thing ever. Because that one ends up doing process DPLC. Process DPLC happens to be doing this whole thing over here. I'm sure this has been documented a little better, but yeah, so are there any patterns left? Then it just does nothing. It exits out. Okay. Let's see. Patterns left. Move that over there. Does all the stuff. Moves to A4. PLC, previous word, shift, whatever. Right, because it grabs the stuff that's on. Oh wait. Hang on, what is actually happening here? So, you got the PLC buffer. You add 60 to the buffer. I'm guessing this is like an index of some kind. Yeah, this seems like an index. So it's this plus 4. And then it moves all the stuff into a bunch of variables. And then it adds 8 to A5. What is A5? Where's A5? Where's A5? There's no A5. What? Huh? Is A5 just reserved to be something in particular, or has it been set by something else? It probably was set by something else. Either HUD update or animate level graphics probably did something with A5. And if it's anything else, it might just break. Oh goodness, HUD update is its own file. Of course it is. Would imagine that it's inside here for HUD update. I wouldn't be surprised if A5 is set up somewhere. Oh, it might be part of lock VRAM, actually. Oh, that's a different kind of lock VRAM. I think they might have changed the way the macro works in this disassembly. I was not expecting that one. Well, that is completely different. Hang on. Lock VRAM to D0. If that, otherwise it just do... If control port isn't anything, then it does that. Otherwise, it does this to whatever control port is. Oh, that is a way better macro. What the heck? I mean, it doesn't do most of the other stuff. In fact... Oh wait, no, yeah, this is only meant to do... Okay, hang on. No, this is a way better version of the macro. Hold on. That is actually kind of way better, because it just writes directly to D0. I wonder if that works for ASM68K, because if it does, then yeah, I'd like to have that. I think I will experiment with that another time, but put that on the tab. In fact, I will put that as a notepad thing on the side. Hold on. That is actually kind of awesome. I will put that there. Because I would love to have that kind of change. Right. So is A5 mentioned on here anywhere? No, it isn't. That's weird. Okay, so if A5 isn't there, it might actually be part of part 2. The HUD stuff is like torn into 2 parts because in between these things... Oh, there is no A5 here, damn. What the hell's it doing then? Now that's getting me confused. Yeah, it's like, it's moving A5. It's like doing that to A5, but like there's no A5 being mentioned here anywhere. Like there's no A5. It's just moving A8 to A5. Oh wait, it is moving A to... I'm stupid. It's just A5 plus 8. No, it's just directly 8 to A5. Why the hell is it doing that? Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Hang on. So it does this, it loads that, goes into that, and it repeats that for whatever's on 6 for A0. Code fix. The above code does not properly pop the 16th PLC entry because of this. Occupying the 16th slot will cause it to be repeatedly decompressed infinitely. Granted, this could be considered more of an optimization than a bug. Treating the 16th entry as a dummy that should never be occupied makes this code unnecessary. Still, the overhead of this code is minimal. Huh. Hello, welcome to the stream. This is a sidetrack because I'm supposed to be doing Sprite stuff at the moment, but I needed to check something. So wait, if it's not here, NPCD, it does that, and it keeps going by moving it over there. Oh, that isn't. Hang on, that's not doing anything. Huh. I like the fact that it doesn't suggest like a fix. Occupying the 16th slot will cause it to be repeatedly decompressed infinitely. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, I see. If fix bugs. If PLC buffer only and PLC buffers. What is this? I'm guessing the actual bug fix would be to just clear the last one. Yeah, that's like minimal. That is minimal overhead for like a small bug fix. If there's like 16 PLC entries. I mean, it's not like you're gonna need 16 PLCs anyways. Although... yeah, I'm gonna look into that later. Wait, why is this called DPLC? Why is it called process DPLC? It's not DPLC. This is not DPLC. This is PLC. I'm being lied to here. DPLC implies dynamic pattern load queues. Dynamic pattern load queues are uncompressed. pattern load queues are Nemesis compressed. God damn it. And I'm pretty sure this is all, like, Nemesis compressed stuff, because, like, yeah, it's all Nemesis compressed stuff. I can see it right there. Hang on, so where is the bug? It should be here. Oh, wait. VPLC pointer nem code. I got a feeling it's something to do with this. Hang on, so, if this is process VPLC, and it does all of this code, this is where the bug would happen. But it's not. This is the part where, like, sets things up. So that's not quite it. This is too deep in. I need to go back by one. This entire thing happens when the signpost is loaded. The signpost loads, or the signpost and the end card, because, like, you can crash it beforehand. I think I've demonstrated this in the past, but, like, may as well just, like, demonstrate it again. What we're looking at is the following. You're in Labyrinth Zone. You end the zone. You duck in. And you crash the game because of it. Easy. However, you can crash it a lot sooner if you duck around this area here. Like that. Same issue, by the way. Same exact issue. The only difference is that you're loading the signpost over here rather than, you know, the entire thing. So, like, it's not the tile card itself. It's the decompression system in general that causes that. So, we know it's that. It's likely to do with demo time, because that's the one thing that is run during H-blank. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm just doing some impromptu code stuff. Or, like, research, really. So, like, that's the cause of it. This is where it will... No. This is definitely not where it would crash, because this just looks like it's processing the DPLC. Unless there's more to this. It would have to interrupt in the middle of doing this. Hang on. VPLC patterns left. Are there patterns left? If not, branch off. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Think load PLC. Index of PLC. I think this is where it's at. Maybe. Or some variation of add PLC. Or maybe not. Oh, that's weird. To use graphics listed. Oh, man. Hang on. I should actually look at the signpost code. Signpost art load. Well, ain't that an easy one? Ah, new PLC. That's where it goes. Okay. So, this subroutine does not check for buffer overruns. The programmer or hacker is responsible for making sure that no more than 16 load requests are occupied into the buffer. Do not put more than 16 load requests in the list. Or if you change the size of the PLC buffer, the limit becomes that. Yeah. Okay, cute. So, got that thing going. Repeat for length of DPLC, or PLC. Jump to relevant code. So it always clears PLC before doing anything else. Which is just this small loop. And then it just does this. That's... hang on. But that doesn't go anywhere. That's just clearing it. So if new PLC is perfectly fine, then what is getting interrupted? Because, like, yeah, new PLC is perfectly fine. Clear DPS, or clear PLC is also fine too. Run PLC? So when does run PLC start? Is there a run PLC in V blank? Oh, it might be run PLC that gets interrupted. That might be the one that's actually getting interrupted. Because, yeah, it's at the very top of the screen. Right? Yeah. Like, we're at the very top of the screen when this happens. Yeah. So it'd have to be code that, like, runs at the very beginning. Or, like, somewhere at the start of the loop. So it's not the frame where the signpost sets it, it's the frame after. Meaning it must be, like, very early on in the game loop. Tile cart loop. Level skip loop. So this is the main loop. It does all this. If Sonic dead, then it skips the scroll. There's the formation. Okay. Run the objects and run PLC. Yeah, that's just one of the things that happens at the start, and there's a buttload of stuff that happens beforehand, so no wonder it's like just on the right spot. So okay. The bug happens to be on run PLC. It's weird that it's not documented here why it happens, because I'm pretty sure this is the offending line. VPLC patterns left. That's the number of patterns that are left. Hang on, so A0, then it adds A to A3. What's A3? Oh, it appears to be NEM code. Or like something relative to that. PLC write to VDP. Ah! That is code that... I got a feeling that they've separated the decompression routines at some point. Nemesis. Yeah, there it is. So this should be on here somewhere. Yeah. Down there. So that is set to A3. And then it adds A to... What? That is dangerous. I would assume that between here and there, or like somewhere here, it like has to skip code. So like they just manually add it. Oh, that's dangerous. It's not even properly documented on here. What this is doing? It adds 3 to A3, and then A3 is sent over to pointer NEM code, which doesn't make any sense. Why are you using A3? There's no reason to use A3. You could have used just anything else and it would have been just as optimal. I guess they were afraid of like messing up any of the other data registers, or maybe something else happens beforehand that could mess with it. But this is run PLC. There's no reason for it. Hang on, there's absolutely no reason for it to use A3. Oh my goodness, okay. Run PLC optimizations. Glad I looked in there, because like, oh my goodness, I was not ready for this. So yeah, patterns left is the first thing that gets set up. But none of this stuff is set up yet. Wait. So what's the first thing that happens here in the Nemesis decompression stuff? Okay. Specifically to that. Okay. That's like the main thing. Get number of 8 pixels, store it to A5. Yeah, nim build code. decompression routines. So one that like decompresses to RAM. One of them is like more of a main thing. This is like the main one where it just decompresses to like the given location. That's really funny. That's a hacky workaround. Not gonna lie. That's a really funny workaround to make this work for both decompressing to RAM and just normal decompression. That's actually kind of funny. So wait, I could just decompress stuff to RAM at any point I want. Without any... So if I could just do that, then I could just... What the fuck? So I could just do that then. Okay. If that's how you work, then boy do I have some decisions to make. Oh, it's already giving me ideas for like what to do on Gato. Because like if I could just decompress it to RAM, then like I'm not gonna have to worry about anything else. And I can still animate it just fine. Assuming it's fast enough for that. Which it should be. We'll see. We'll see. Because yeah, the size of the profiles in Gato-Slip are fairly small. Well, not small, but like small enough that they can fit in the same buffer as the text. I think I can reuse the same buffer as the text is to animate the profile. Now, of course, I'm gonna need to make sure that it doesn't like go into that one. Oh my goodness. Right. So if that's not where that's used, then what the hell uses this then? What the hell is using the pointer to Nemesis code then? That one pops it. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, that goes there. Okay. I'm guessing it's over here. Ah! Move that. Go there. And be 0. Does anything jump into something? Reset row, reset nibble, right pixel. Which is a weird thing to do, but sure. Oh, that's interesting. It goes here, and then it... Oh, there it is! There it is! There's a jump! I was looking for this. There it is. Jump to A3. So it's this part here, which is process DPLC2. It is happening during H-blank. So, I think I figured it out. Figured it out. Okay, so here it checks whether or not there's still patterns left. That's the first thing it does. However, oh, I can make a new file. I can make a new view to the file. Let's go. So, this is the offending part. This is the offending part of this entire thing. I'm pretty sure. There it is. So, as the game is running, as the game is running, and this whole entire thing happens, which, you know, has to be very precise, by the way. Because, like, otherwise it doesn't happen. Like, the timing is important here, because it is related to the water level. It is related to the visual water level. The part where the water changes based on the palette. The water changes based on the position of the screen. Position of the screen matters here, because that's when everything gets interrupted and the water routine runs. Like, it doesn't matter what is happening in the main code, because it gets interrupted by H-blank. That's the entire reason for this. Oh, do we need it? I'm gonna need a third one. Third view! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Horizontal and vertical interrupts are always like the most interesting part. So, yeah, so the way everything works. I'm gonna need a new window in MS Paint. Fuck. I'm also gonna need, like... I'm gonna need to mute you, oh my goodness. I think I can, like, frame skip it, too. Ah, too late. One too many. There it is. That's the exact frame it happened. This is the exact frame when it all happens. So, I can tell because the that one's right there has interrupted that one. The part that loads in the artwork for the error handler starts right there. That is the exact water level. The exact pixel where everything goes wrong. The exact cycle, in fact. Well, at least on Fusion it is. But it's really funny to think about. How far down is it, more or less? It's like right here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I've never even noticed this. Check it out. I never even fucking noticed this while, like, looking deep into this. Like, you can see where the water hasn't, like, updated yet. Which colors haven't been updated yet. Right there. It's like it's still, like, in the middle of writing everything in that line. Possibly in this line as well. So, like, you can still see, like, where it's, like... Or which colors haven't been updated yet. Like, you could just see, like, some of them are, like, partials. I never even noticed that. I thought this would have been fast enough for it to, like, just send everything in one row, but no. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. There's, like, two pixels on the, when you look at a more accurate emulator or on real hardware, you will find, like, 2 pixels of, like, CRAM dots. Which only happen when you're writing directly to CRAM, and is, like, part of the reason why this thing is, like, so flickery and, like, very, noisy. It's to mask out those, like, pixels. That's really funny. Right. So. The way the game runs is, on a given frame, like on a normal occasion, on a given frame, would you see like you have to think about the way the timing works in a game with the period at which the game has to draw the screen again, or like the console needs to draw the screen again. So, in which case we have the V blank. If you've ever seen how a CRT TV like the way a CRT TV like updates, like the way the goodness. It's like I know what is happening, but I'm like having a lot of trouble just like figuring out how to explain it properly. And this is the best way to explain it if we just like split the screen in half like this. This is a lot of like pretend stuff happening here. Let me get my thoughts. Okay, so there's a period of time when the TV has to like move the line or like the light back up to the top. Like going by how a CRT works, by the way. There's a part where it like needs to like reset the light to go all the way back to the top of the screen. That one's called V blank because, you know, nothing is being like actively drawn. And most consoles, or at least most decent consoles, will have a thing called VINT. A V vertical interrupt vector. So every time we get to this point here, all code gets interrupted and this routine runs. At which point, normally, what you'd get here is like stuff like, oh, update the current palette, change the position of the sprites and the background, just like regular stuff. Essentially, in terms of like, you know, modern stuff, this is VSync. This is essentially VSync. This synchronizes the game. Actually, no, not quite. It's not quite VSync. VSync is something else. Or like, it's similar, but like it's kind of there. It does synchronize the game to be always on the region's like refresh rate. So like 60 FPS and 50 FPS because, you know, 60 and 50 hertz stuff. But like, this is where like you get stuff like, oh, here's where like things get put into like the visual chips and stuff. Oh goodness. So like, normally what ends up happening is that, oh, you have your main like game code and it like runs all the way down like here. Like main game code? Sure. Main game code. Cause like the game still has to be running while the TV is like drawing its thing. Like at this point, whatever the game is doing here, like it's not gonna affect the screen directly. And if it does, then, you know, that's kind of a skill issue on the on whoever's programming the game, right? Like you don't want stuff to update while the game is like doing things. So yeah, you got your main game code. It's like running here, perfectly fine. And once it comes to like this part here, so like main game code, once you get to this part here, it gets interrupted by V blank or VINT. So like when it comes to like syncing it vertically, it always stops here. It always gets interrupted here, and it just updates the screen with like its own routine. There's like a routine for like if the game is running too slow, in which case, oh, the main code hasn't like stopped yet, so like it doesn't like fully update things. Like it just kind of like it only has what it needs. Like it doesn't like run new graphics or anything like that. It only does that when it's absolutely necessary. So like, because like, you know, the game code hasn't ended yet. You don't want to update Sonic's frames because otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, you'd have problems. Lag frames do update VDP stuff, sort of. It does still need to update CRAM because of the water effect. Because otherwise, you'd have like an entire frame. If it didn't update CRAM, you'd have like all of your lag frames would have like the underwater palette, and that would have been really bad. That's the only thing that does get updated, as far as I can remember. But outside of that, yeah, nothing else gets updated during VBlank. However, during it's like, okay, yeah, in normal circumstances, main game code would have stopped here, and there's usually like a period where it's just like there's like an infinite loop. There's an infinite loop where the game just kind of waits until the VBlank starts. That's the VSync. That's the actual VSync. If you've ever done ROM hacking in the past, that one is usually called something like wait for VDP or wait for VBlank or whatever. It's usually wait for VBLA. Something to this effect. And all it does is it enables interrupts and it just waits. It checks whether or not the routine has run, and it just waits. It's an infinite loop. All it is just an infinite loop. And this thing, normally, at the start of a frame, it will be set to something like 2, 4, 6, whatever, but never 0. Because 0 is when it is lagging. That's at least the way it is handled here in the Sonic games. When the VBlank routine, or VINT routine, is 0, then you know that the game is still like running code, and we have a lag frame. So, going with that, I think the routine is just called VBlank, right? Thank you, yeah. Yeah, it even checks over here, like, oh, is the VBlank routine 0? Then directly go over there, even though you have the table here. But it doesn't want to, like, update things like the vertical screen position. It doesn't want to... I mean, it always updates the music. That's one of the only things it does update is the music, which is why you never hear the music lag behind, even when the game is lagging. The game always updates the music, even when it's lagging. So it's always in sync. Because it's being run over here and nowhere else. So, with that in mind, we also have the horizontal blank, the horizontal interrupt, which happens... Horizontal interrupt happens when you want to interrupt it's like the period when the like light goes from right to left. There's like a point where the light needs to like stop shining so that it like only starts doing stuff from the left side to the right. That one's the blanking period for like the horizontal light. It's a lot easier to explain if I had like it's a lot easier to explain if I had that like slow-mo video of a CRT updating a frame, because like it's like shining the lights, like changing colors and stuff. to like make the frame, and then when it goes back, it's just like whoop, and then it does the thing again, and like updates its things. Like that period over here. That's H blank. And on the Mega Drive, at least, you can set it up so that it'll always interrupt on a very specific part, or like on a very specific H blank period. And in this case, it gets interrupted at the water line. This is where the entire palette gets updated. This is H blank. It is done this way. It is setting up to write to the color RAM and just moving that entire thing over with this one repeated line of code. You might be wondering, why not just do a little like loop instead of like sending things over like this? My dude, if they could, they would have. But they couldn't. They can't do that. For one thing, you can only send like 8 bytes at a time to the VDP. Due to the way it works. Or no, 4 bytes. Yeah, you can only send 4 bytes at a time. And the prototype actually used DMA. DMA doesn't do shit. DMA doesn't do shit during H blank. Because like the screen display is still on. So like it would still do the same thing. If anything, it would just be like inconsistent. But yeah, that's outside of the scope. That's outside of the scope. Like, you could have done a for loop, but then it would kind of lag behind. You would have like, it wouldn't update on time. I'd wager. I mean, I guess the water like sprite line would at least like sort of mask that, but not really. Yeah. The speed benefits of DMA are cancelled out by the game needing to set it up at all. Yeah, essentially. Although I think setting up DMA would still be more space efficient compared to just like repeating the same line over and over. Like, space efficient, yes. Speed efficient, no difference. Yeah, no, that's a little too technical there. No, the point is the game gets interrupted right here. That's when H blank happens. Or agent. I like using agent since, like, you know, it's getting interrupted there. H blank is more like the period that happens. Like, that's the part where it's like blank. It's like nothing gets drawn there, even though hint, like when you're running code on hint, you're already past like in most cases you're already past H blank because just how fast it goes. Like, by the time it like moves the light from like the right to the left, like I think only like 2 lines of code have run and you've already failed successfully. So, like, there's nothing you can do there. If anything, I think, yeah, I think like hint is like running like for three horizontal lines, at least based off of like the colors here, not updating instantly. Yeah, 68K interrupts are slow. It really doesn't help that they're slow. So essentially, if you want to do horizontal interrupts properly, you want to do it like the line beforehand and just time it so that it goes somewhere around here-ish. So that you will catch up to the full like 70 cycles. Which is kind of what I do for like Tommy Pogo. Regardless of that. That wasn't even the point of this entire thing. The point here is, why does the game crash? And I will tell ya. You have your whole H-blanks period. Nothing bad, nothing too bad here. Like, this is perfectly fine. It's when it gets to demo time, which, again, I hate that name so much. Demo time is, like, the worst routine name ever. Because, like, it does not explain what it does. It loads the tiles as you move. Which is to say, like, it updates, like, when the screen scrolls to the right or left. It animates the level graphics. So, like, anything that's, like, animated tiles and stuff, like, imagine, like, the flowers from Green Hill Zone and stuff. Anything that's, like, a background element that animates, that isn't just, like, an object, that's done by animate level graphics. It updates the HUD, and it processes any decompressed artwork. That's what demo time does. And hey, ain't that familiar? That's the one we have here on the left side. It's like doing the whole decompression sequence, which, you know, it ends up, you know, going into pointer nemcode, and when it's decompressing, it jumps directly to whatever's on nemcode over there. However, beforehand, as I've mentioned here, regular game code is running. But uh-oh, Ancient has interrupted the game code. You know when? Precisely over here-ish. Or like around here. On nemcode build code table. Possibly here. Possibly elsewhere. Because like, if this is going, and it ends up taking a little while, and the game code hasn't like gone to like this part over here where it like updates all the data properly, then you fucked up because, hey, PLC patterns left has already been set up. It's already been set up. Meaning, it already knows it needs to, like, start decompressing stuff. But there's nothing there. There's nothing there yet. It hasn't been sent out yet. It hasn't been sent out. It doesn't know where the code should run from. It doesn't know. Nothing is set up on nemcode. The pointer to nemcode is blank. There's nothing there. And since there's nothing there, it starts running code when it comes to like the processing of the Nemesis compression. It starts running code at 0, and guess where it crashes? 0, 2. It's in the header. It encountered an illegal instruction, and it will keep going with that. It'll keep it'll keep running code from the header. It'll keep running code from the header. Because it doesn't know any better. It already failed. So if we continue, yeah, like the screen just kind of glitches, and then it like starts reading there, and like sometimes there's like a valid opcode or whatever. But no, at some point it will just like freeze entirely, like, or just end up in an infinite loop. It'll stop at 118, probably like doing some infinite like loop or whatever, where it shouldn't even be possible. Yeah. Downtime is a leftover from the old disassembly. Yeah, it is! I hate it so much. Do level int updates. That kind of works. Kind of. Yeah. My problem with it is that, again, yeah, like, demo time is a very common, like, thing. Like, it is a very common, like, routine. Though mostly used by H-blank. It's the fact that, like, the one thing it's named after isn't even the main thing. Labeling is hard, yeah. I forgot what I called it on, I forgot what I renamed it to. I remember renaming it in Gotta Slip and other projects. I just forgot what name I gave it. So let me quickly look in there. It's probably a bad thing that I forgot what I called it. Let's see, VBI standard. Oh yeah, instead of calling it VBlank or VInt, because you know, whatever with those, I just end up calling it VBI since that's combining blank and interrupt, and it kind of sounds like FBI, so it feels like I'm just like interrupting the game code with my own like police. It's funny. Common sub. That's not it. VBLA demo time. Fuck! I didn't rename it at all. It's still called demo time. But at least I labeled it properly over here. Awful hack to work around a race condition with the sound driver in H blank. Cause yeah, that's the reason why the sound driver doesn't get interrupted normally. Cause like, if you didn't have like all this stupid code over here where it like checks for the water line, and then runs demo time, whatever. Like then it would have been the music that gets interrupted. And there's a reason why the music cannot get interrupted. There's like a point during the music routine where like the stack pointer gets like changed and stuff. And that ends up messing with one of the routines in demo time. Possibly the decompression system again, if I had to guess. Possibly because they didn't see that point coming. I wouldn't be surprised if everything links back to this thing. But yeah, the best fix is to just do that. That's your fix. Just don't update that right away. I'm pretty sure nemdeck build code table doesn't use D2 at all. I mean, okay, to be fair, I wouldn't know if it does or not, because, like... actually, yeah, hang on. I could just look here if it uses any D2. No! There's no D2. There's D2 over there in main, and when it, like, starts decompressing, but D2 isn't used here at all. So, yeah, it doesn't use D2 at all. Just move D2 down there and you're good. That's the fix. That's all you gotta do is just move one line over to down there. It's so funny how moving one line is, like, the only fix. And the best part is, they never fixed this in Sonic 2. They only fixed this in Sonic 3 because they needed to do, like, extra effects. Sonic 2 never fixed it. Like, I was testing it here. Like, if you just move to the right here, or, like... Yeah, okay, so, first of all, setup. If I get out of debug mode, the, oh, goodness. If I get out of debug mode, it updates the signpost, right? So we know that. So if I were to release debug mode here, or around that period, then it crashes. Same exact reason. The only difference is that the music keeps going because it's a different sound driver. But it still crashes. It still happens. Nothing's been changed. Everything's the same. Same game. It was not fixed in the sequel. It's just hard to make it happen. And I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if it's the only reason why there's no two-player zone that has water in it. Besides the immense amount of lag, which is possibly caused by, like, the weird way they've made objects work during multiplayer. Which, oh my god, I still have yet to figure that out. That's gonna be a fun one to dissect. I really want to figure out how, like, the, how two-player, objects work. It would require a little bit more complex ancient logic, which is to say, horizontal interrupt would have to account for when it's time for the second player to do things. But it already has. But it's already like doing complicated stuff to begin with. Because during 2-player mode, it has like its own routine that it jumps to. Like it already has to update the screen midway through. I've looked into it in Protoslop. Because I kind of wanted to. Because it was a curious bit of code. H-blank. Is it not called H-blank? I swear to God. It's called Hint. In disassembly, it's called Hint. This is why I changed it to HBI and VBI, because nobody can nobody can agree on this. Hint is technically correct, because like, yeah, that is the interrupt vector, and H blank is supposed to be the period. Oh man. Anyways, yeah, like the first thing it does in Hint is like, it checks whether or not it has to like update the water, and it does its own routine for that. So palette CRM is right here. Like it checks for 2-player mode specifically, at least, and this is based off of goodness, what's it called again? This is based off of Nick Arcade, so things are a little weird. But yeah, like it checks for 2-player here, and if it's 2-player mode, then instead of updating the water like it does over here, hey, look at that nice rep over here. We still know it's the exact same code. Like, this is exactly the same as it was in Sonic 1. It's just that instead you just have repeated rep 32 instead of, like, you know, just a raw code being copied over and over. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Oh, right. That's a goddess version. Yeah, this is the same as that one over there. It's still just like 32 lines being repeated. Yeah, 32. It's exactly 32. It's the exact same thing. 64 colors, 32 lines to repeat it, because it takes 2 bytes to make up 1 color. And there are 64 colors overall on the palette, even though only 61 get displayed. Unless you have like some obscure debug register thing set up, in which case, yeah, all of them get used, but nobody's going to be using that. Goodness gracious. Right. So the things it has to do for the interrupt during 2-player is that it needs to set the name table for player 2, which is also still stored in VRAM. So it sets that. It changes the vertical position for plane A to be the one for the second player, and then it resets the sprite table for second player sprites. Which means in 2-player mode you can actually bypass the it does actually bypass the 80 sprite limit for the bottom screen. Like, top and bottom screen, you can have like 80 sprites at best for both sides, because like they're both separate. I think I can demonstrate that if I get into debug mode here during 2-player. So like if I start displaying a bunch of sprites here, like they'll just work. Like they're all just still displayed even though I'm like far away, and well, okay. with the way multiplayer works, unfortunately, I can't, like, spawn a fuck ton of sprites, but believe me, there are a fuck ton of sprites now. The problem is that I cannot show that many sprites because, well, it doesn't let me load more, it doesn't let me load more objects because of the way two-player mode works. Like, this thing is, like, messed up. It, like, deletes things intentionally. Like, as you can see, there's, like, no object running at the right now. If I just keep going to the right, like, not even the bridge spawns in because, like, the amount of sprites that's over there on Tails' side. However, if I start moving to the left, then there are objects. But only when moving to the left. And it's only sometimes. Sometimes they appear. Other times they just don't feel like it. It's weird. Like, I don't think they made this thing correctly. I've looked into it a little bit. I don't think they've changed it since Nick Arcade. They just assumed, you know what, good enough. We'll just run with it and just let it be like that. Nobody's looked into this deep enough to, like, figure out how the entire system works to begin with. Because, like, it's so weird. It's so weird with the way it works. It, like, has, like, some sort of, like, weird banking system. Yeah, only very few have dug into it, and unfortunately it's not part of any disassembly that I know of. I'm sure the people who have done, like, that one, like, two-player hack recently have, like, looked into it deeper. I've definitely only, like, dipped my toes in it. I'm, like, looking forward to doing it. Yeah, Sonic 2 Versus completely reworks the two-player system. I don't blame them for doing that. Obviously, Sonic 3 Battle Race doesn't do anything in it. Because, like, it doesn't use it at all. Because you're always on the same screen. So, like, any of the battle races, they're kind of disqualified for this. But yeah, Sonic 2 Versus... Yeah, that one would have to, like, completely rework the system because you can't use this. Like, this is unreliable. This is unreliable at best. Like, you go left and right and, like, it's just gone. It's really weird. It's really weird because during normal gameplay, it just does the exact same code as it did in Sonic 1 when it comes to, like, culling objects out. It's, like, more or less the same there. Except a little bit more optimal. It, like, pre-calculates the position of the screen that it needs to call out. Or, like, it does some pre-calculation stuff. Anyways. For two-player mode, specifically, a lot of the objects are set up to, like, not despawn that way because there's something else despawning it anyways. And it's so weird that it does that. Like, what's a good way for me to demonstrate this? Right, hang on. There's, like, a routine for this. Off screen? No. What was the equivalent here for Protoslop? I would have to check somewhere. It might be underneath the game code, like the normal routine stuff. I wish I knew what it was called though. That's my only problem, is that I don't know, like, most of the labels. I need to, like, start putting, like, a bunch of keywords on them so I know, like, what thing is. Oh, I could have actually moved it into something else. Oof, that would have been bad. Level size load, it's definitely not that. Scroll 2, scroll 4, whatever. Actually, no! I have a better idea. Two-player mode. Just check for two-player mode. Anything that uses this is guaranteed to be anything relevant to what I'm thinking of. Build sprites. Adjust two-player art. Mark object gone. There it is. This is the weirdest thing. Check if you're in two-player mode. If not, then go over here. Hang on. Wait, it does still delete it over here. I might be thinking of something else then. Oh, that's weird. I swear. That's weird. I could have sworn it would skip this code if it's in two-player mode. Oh, wait a minute. No, I am stupid. Yeah, mark object gone too. Yeah. If it's 0, then it does the normal stuff. If it's not 0, then it doesn't do anything. Objects in two-player mode do not get called the same way. It's like done by the object handler directly. Because it needs to figure out, hey, are both players still on screen here? And if not, then only get the stuff that's like necessary. Which is why debug mode is so weird here, because like, you know, I can't place any more sprites. Like I can't, well, not sprites, I can't place any more objects. But I also know that there are still vacant object slots left, because I see them right there. It's like doing some weird banking stuff based on the position of the screen. And from what I could tell, it's like barely been changed from ever since Nick Arcade. Which is not a reassuring thing to say, considering that's the very first prototype of Sonic 2. As far as I could tell, like, the code is very similar to the final. Like, if I go from left to right, then yeah, nothing spawns. I'm pretty sure even this guy is not here. Yeah. Not even that guy's here. But if I just go from right to left, then all the objects are here and I can go through this. Nope, I guess not. Oh, now I can. Okay, there it is. There's the object. Oh yeah, the corkscrews are, they're objects. Yeah, there was some crunch. I don't blame them for not, like, doing things properly, but goodness gracious. They love getting themselves, like, into, like, crunch. Yeah, some things, yeah. It doesn't help that the team got split. You have one side doing CD, the other side doing Sonic 2. Like, it's not the same people anymore. Yeah, look at that. Not even the, not even important objects are here. But if I go left, then yeah, there they are. There's the vacant slots. Like, what the hell? Goodness gracious. Yeah, it was just a month before Revision 0. That's the crazy part. Just how much they had to, like, cut just to get the game to, like, release. And even then, they didn't manage to get everything done on time. Like, they had to cut Hidden Palace Zone, even though that was, like, the third zone they've worked on. Hidden Palace Zone was, like, the third thing they've added to the game. After testing the new, like, system with, Green Hill and Marble Zone. Like, it's insane. The last thing that happened between Beta 8 and, like, the final, as far as I know, one of the very last things they did was, like, they just moved the water ram. Hang on. This is, like, super funny. So, in Nick Arcade, the very first prototype, Nick Arcade, and any subsequent version of it, prototypes, there we go. I'm gonna use the Simon Wave one because that's the one I know the debug code to. Which is to say, it's automatically turned on. I need a water stage. New Green Hill is what it's called here. Oh wait, it's not turned on. God damn it. Oh yeah, Hidden Palace has water too. What was the code again? I swear it was like up, up, down, down. No, or it was like up, down, 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 down. Up. There it was. We'll go with Hidden Palace then. But yeah, if you're in Hidden Palace Zone, or any other water stage for that matter. So like, we're going underwater, as you can see, you know, everything's pretty much what you expect to be. Don't worry about tails always going to the left. I have the mouse set up on player 2 at the moment, which is why he's kind of weird. It's a little quirky at times. Anyways, let's just spawn a bunch of like these waterfalls here. Uh-oh. Oh no! What happened to the pallet? That's not good. Anyways, so, yeah, it's essentially the same bug. Because, like, I spawned a bunch of, like, sprites over here. And if you look at the number here at the HUD, which is, like, telling you how many sprites are on screen at the moment, it's, like, shifting between 80 to, like, 81, 82. Like, Sonic 2, for whatever reason, doesn't stop at 80 sprites being drawn. It just keeps going. So, like, you can even tell by the HUD here, like, shit's getting modified in real time. Like, shit, it is just getting modified. It's based off of the position of, like, the sprite over here. Their solution was to pad the sprite table out of the end. Yeah, that's essentially what they did. Well, they didn't really pad it. They just moved the underwater palette elsewhere. That's all they did. Here's the funnier part. This is beta 8. This is the very last prototype. Or known prototype of Sonic 2 that we have. I don't have a save state ready. Do I have... No, I remember now. No, it's not here! What the hell? I thought I had it there. I swear I had, like, cheats added on there just because I couldn't figure out how to get... Ah, goddammit. Unless it's... No, it's not. Up, down, 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 up. Oh, it is still here. That's funny. Because I think everything else has already been added. No, it hasn't been added. Oh, goodness. Up, down, 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 down. Up. That's really funny. It's still a Sonic 1 version of the code, I guess. Yeah, this is the very last prototype. This is the very last, like, known prototype that we have. So, as you can see, water, perfectly fine. So, I'm gonna just add a bunch of these here, and uh-oh! Yep! One of the very last things they fixed was precisely this. This was one of the very last bug fixes. If too many things were drawn on screen, the water would go haywire. All they did was just, they looked at RAM, they saw that the sprite table was like right next to the water, and they just moved the water to a spot in RAM that's like not used by anything else, and just call it a day. So now there's just a bunch of like blank padding there in Sonic 2. However, as we all know, this is still an issue. This is still something you can do in the vanilla game, in Emerald Hill specifically. With debug mode, but still, it can be done. You spawn a bunch of these. And once you see it go to like 96, I think, like something similar to 96, might be 98. Oh, 97. That's what it was. There it is, 97. You get the 97 sprites on screen, and you got yourself your Ashero. Or anything in between, by the way, because like palettes are different depending on like the last sprite drawn. So you want to set this up in a way that like the last sprite is on a uneven number. So at least having one ring on screen helps you modify the colors a little bit. Like right now I'm seemingly very Brazilian coded. Yeah, that's a different shade of green now. And it seems like the blue has been the black has been modified to a blue. Yeah, the Emerald Hill Zone waterfall has like 14 pieces, I think, or more. It might be 16 pieces actually. That waterfall in particular uses that many pieces, and it's not even like a waterfall that's like meant to be used anywhere else. Like this waterfall is just an overlay. This is just an overlay. Where is it used? Here. There it is. It's just an overlay for this thing. It's just so it looks like the player's like going through the waterfall and stuff. Like that's its only purpose. That's the only reason why it exists. It's just a little overlay to make it look fancy. Semi-transparent effect. And it even calls properly, because like otherwise, because like they have like a shit ton of these like back to back. Like it needs to cull, because that's a lot of sprites just being drawn here. That's the only reason why this still can happen. And here's the funniest thing. Here's the funny part. This still could have been fixed. This still could have been fixed. Even without having to change anything on the sprite routine, you still could have been fixing this without the need of like any extra code. If you're still in a rush, this one bug could still be fixed. How though? Well, you see, when it comes to palette loading or like the palette stuff, there's like 3 of them. There's like technically 3 of them, or like 4 of them. You have your normal palette and water palette, and then there's also the target palette, or whatever you want to call it. It's like a different name for this assembly, but target palette isn't even like a good name for it either. This is the transition palette. When the screen like fades from anything to black or from black to anything, it uses that. It uses that to like store what the end position is meant to look like. Yeah, it is a fade palette. It has the final palette on there that you want. And then it like kind of calculates the point between this and the current like, you know, faded version. That's all it does. And this shit normally with the way it's like set up, you have water palette, then water target, and then normal palette, and then target palette. I guess. So I guess water, fade, normal, and then fade. Because like both of them have their own fade. If you still wanted to fix this, with the whole pattern going on like before the sprite table, all you'd need to do is just move the normal palette below the fade palette. And that would have done it. You'd have even more padding. Because the target palette doesn't get used, you know, during a point where there's like way too many sprites. It's still a hack job fix, sure. Because you're just adding more padding there, but it's still a fix. Yeah, that's also something you could have done. However, that would mean you'd need to, like, make sure that the water palette doesn't get used at all. Or, like, it doesn't use that part there for water. I mean, Sonic 2 already moved the water stuff, like, completely elsewhere. In fact, let me demonstrate that if I just go into Sonic Retro right now. Sonic 2 RAM. Like, we go over here. Yeah, underwater palette is right here. At like between F0 and F0 80. And the normal palette is like still down here somewhere. Hang on. I think it's still called target palette here. There it is. FB0. Yeah, normal palette and target palette right here, and then just a bunch of unused stuff here. This is where the water used to be. This is where the water used to be in every other prototype. The water used to be here, alongside normal palette and target palette. This is where it used to be. And here's your sprite table. So if you wanted to fix the normal palette, you just swap the fade palette with the normal palette. Like, you just swap these two and you're good. You'd have to do a couple of other things to make it all work because of the way, like, the palette cycle stuff is calculated, which kind of sucks. Or not palette cycle, but the way the palette loading routine works. It's like offsetting things like manually. It's kind of dumb, honestly. The way palettes are loaded in are kind of dumb. But yeah, this could have been done a lot. This could have been fixed. We could have had a world without Ashero if normal palette was set to here instead of here. We could have lived in a world. Let me take a look. There is! They could have just moved the entire thing down here. Could they not? 80. I think there, yeah, there's more than enough down here. They could have just done it. They could have just put the entire thing down there. Dude! That would have been a lot easier to do. That would have been a lot easier. Oh my god. Skill issue on their part. Yeah, it's only 80 sprite. It's only 80 F. Only 80 hex. It's just 100 per. And there's a bunch of unused space over here. Why is there a bunch of unused space here? What used to be here? Between F0 and... I know what used to be here. Oh wait, F0... Yeah! Yeah! It was! It was a sound driver. Sound driver RAM right here. From F0 to 5BF. Just gone. And a bunch of unused yet. Yeah. That's where it used to be. Because it doesn't get used there. It's a Z80 driver now. All I used to do is just, like, call the Z80 driver with, like, a different place. But, like, oh my god. It's just a bunch of free space. And all they use the free space for is a bug fix. A bug fix which wasn't even fixed properly. They could have just put the entire palette there and be done with it. But they didn't. Better idea, just put the sprite table over here. Yeah. Yeah. Same. But I feel as though this is something, since they didn't discover this, like they didn't fix this until like the very end, I feel as though this is something they just didn't know about. It's gotta be something they just didn't figure out until the very end. Maybe they thought it was like part of the sprite routine that was like messing up and someone was like researching it. Or whatever. If they even found it happening. Oh my god. Wouldn't it be really funny, though? Considering the amount of, like, waterfalls and Hidden Palace Zone, and, like, sprite-heavy shit that's happening there, like, at the very start. You got those waterfalls at the back. You got, you know, the sprites that are, like, flickering around in the water surface. You got them bubbles happening down there. And, yeah, Tails could control the water. Sonic 2 beta facts. Tails single player controls were not added until very late. Yeah, they were. They were not added until the very last version. Or, like, very close to the end versions, yeah. There was also some, like, debug thing in Palace where Tails could just control the water by moving up and down. I think it was the sensor prototype that might have, like, properly fixed Tails, if I had to guess, because that's when two-player mode was, like, properly added in. So they had to, like, work on Tails' object and do some other fixes. Which leads me to another bug that's, like, unintentionally been fixed, but has been a thing for, like, a couple of prototypes. This is another fun one. Gonna need Simon Way for this one. Goodness gracious, I need the thing. Down. There. So, Hidden Palace is the easiest one to do this in. Don't worry about Tails. So anyways, we have this monitor over here. I stand on it, and now it's upside down. Yep. So, the monitor still uses a lot of just, like, leftover Sonic 1 code. One of them being, like, related to the top collision. And it hasn't been updated with the Sonic 2 version, which accounts for Tails. So, when it comes to, like, updating the flag for if a player is standing on the object, it ends up writing the wrong bit, or setting the wrong bits. It's whatever is on D6 at the time you stand on the object, which could be anything. It could be anything. And for a lot of cases, it doesn't do anything harmful. But in 2 cases, it either flips it horizontally or vertically. And in this case, we flipped it vertically. If I were to, like, manipulate it a little bit, I can maybe have it set so it's, like, flips horizontally. But again, it's, like, it's difficult to manipulate since it needs to be, like, whatever's on D6 at the time. As it, like, does the standing on an object code. That's all it does. Whatever's on data register 6 gets used as the bit to reference, and it just writes that one. It's whatever lingers on there. It's like, if I were to reset this and just get on top of it again, it didn't do anything. If I try it again, nothing. Try again, nothing. I get on top of this thing, I get there, it's upside down now. Because there was, like, code running from, like, the little bits of the falling sprites. And I'm pretty sure those use D6 in some capacity. To, like, keep track of, like, how the things are falling down. And that happens right before this. Because, like, that's just how objects work. It's whatever lingers on D6. There you go. I've looked into it. I've looked deep into it. Because I was curious about it. It is whatever's lingering on D6. It's, like, somewhat manipulatable, but not really. Like, if I mess around and stuff, I might be able to like get to a point where like D6 points to like the horizontal flip flag, and it'll just do that on the status table. But again, it's difficult. Maybe if Tails stands on the collapsing platform? I don't think so. Because I've had it happen while Tails is completely disabled. It's just whatever happens beforehand. I think D6 is like a counter of some kind when the platform is falling. Okay, it's upside down again. What else could be using D6 though? Like trying to figure out what else I could use to like manipulate it. But nothing's coming to mind. I remember a friend just like kind of doing like this. And it worked too. Oh well. It's not a big deal, it's just a silly bug. Not harmful in the slightest, which is fine. It does mean that the object doesn't know whether or not you're actually standing on it. I don't know, I think this one's cute. I find this one cute. But yeah, it's silly. But yeah, sprites, sprite buffer overflow, modifies the palette. And I got a feeling, like, considering that bug, and considering the amount of things that are objects, like, these things are objects. Can the second player still control the water here? Oh, wait. Hang on. Let me give you, like, a proper controller, Tails. There you go. Doesn't look like it. Unless I need to be active. Nah. Seems to have been disabled in Simon Way. It's in Nick Arcade, though. If I go into Nick Arcade, there it is. There's a Nick Arcade one. I don't even need to be in debug mode. Like, it just works like that. Up, down, down, down. Up, down, 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 up. There we go. Spring Yard. Literally just a ROM hack of Sonic 1. Oh, goodness. I hate the skidding sprite so much. Look at how ugly that is. Someone thought that was a good idea to have it animate that way. Actually, no, they didn't think it was a good idea. They just didn't implement the way they wanted it to animate. But yeah. If I go here, I can use two-player mode to... Really, Tails? You're already messed up? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, Hidden Palace was so early on, it was still using Sonic 1's palette for, like, underwater stuff. So Tails is kind of messed up. Because it's still, like, Sonic 1 logic of palette, which plays okay with Sonic over here. But it's a little borked with Tails. Yeah. Still a Sonic 1, like, color layout. But yeah, look at that. Like, I love how the waterfall is, like, dynamic with the water. But I'm now thinking about this, like, you have all these sprites over here, like, making up the waterfall. You have these ones down here. There's, like, a hell ton of rings and stuff. I'm starting to think that this palette glitch with the amount of sprites must have happened during development, and they thought that Hidden Palace was, like, not salvageable because of it. Like, something as they were, like, maybe working on, like, two-player mode, if I had to guess. Maybe had, like, the water, like, mess up, and they were like, okay, if the water's messing up while we're in two-player mode, then like something else is like hella wrong with this stage. I don't think this is gonna work on real hardware. We're just gonna scrap the entire thing and work on like things that actually work. And then they just sort of like encountered it in the other water station, like, okay, hold up, something's not quite right here, and then they fixed it. That's at least my theory on how like the entire thing went. So if I were to do this, it's like, yeah, if I want to go down here with debug mode on, and I mean already with debug mode, like these waterfalls are like already kind of like silly. They were set up in such the way they're set up is like very Sonic 1 like. It's like the sprite it's like they never worked on like the sub-sprite system. Like it uses like two objects to like draw individual like versions of the waterfalls. So like it doesn't take sub-sprites into account at all. Which is fascinating. The bridges do. But yeah, that's like reaching 50 right now. God. Even some of the RAM layout is already like messed up here. Yeah, that didn't take much to like mess up the colors, so it did not take much to mess up the colors. Let me try 2-player mode real quick, see what happens. That's not 2-player mode. It's C I wanted to press. Or is it C? No, it's not. Is it B? It's one of them. What the hell? Where's 2-player mode? Hello? Only works in Emerald Hill? Ah, dang it. Okay, it definitely doesn't work here. No, it works on other stages. It definitely works on other stages. But it doesn't work with Hidden Palace in particular? That's extra weird. It checks for Hidden Palace in particular. It is the only water stage, so it makes sense. It makes sense that the only water stage is the one that, like, doesn't have multiplayer. I think they were already accounting for, like, water stages not being compatible with 2-player mode. That's why it's disabled. It actually checks for any water stage, because they can't do water. At least with the way the current routine works. They can't do water. That's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Just check. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that's just as weird as, like, Labyrinth Zone being used as a Marble Zone placeholder. The Protostop disassembly probably been changed so much that it's, like, unrecognizable. I don't think we have that check anymore. I think we disabled that one on Protostop. Let me quickly take a look. Right, because everything's messed up now. And we changed the order a little bit. Morning Mill is here. Okay, yeah, it is. 2 players still works here. Okay. Everything else is messed up, of course, because we're not going to be doing too much 2-player stuff, but... Oh my goodness. Oh, it really does not like 2-player mode anymore. I don't blame it. Oh, one of them died. That's funny. That's really funny. That's messed up, but that's really funny. Oh my goodness. Everything's so messed up in this hack, dude. I need to go back and like actually fix it. Is the I think I fixed the monitor stuff already though. So I can't do the funny trick where I just like stand on it and it like flips around. I might have fixed it already. Right, yeah. I think I did. Pfft, the 2-player demo's still there. Oh, that's so amazing. This was meant to be just a small tangent. This was meant to be just a small tangent. How did I get to continue on with this slop? Stuck in a disassembly, not to clear, and it crashes. Ooh, that's weird. Cause like it doesn't like fully crash over here, so they must have messed around with something else then. Like ignoring that thing there at the start, which is unrelated. Oh wait, hang on. Does it crash with Labyrinth Zone slot then? No, it doesn't. It's very incompatible, but like, damn. Right, I got like 2 Sonic objects going on at the same time without like any changes, so of course everything's gonna be weird. But it should, everything else should still draw just fine, mostly. Well, except this bottom screen doesn't get updated correctly. But there's like other reasons for that. Oh, debug mode doesn't even work anymore. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, because there's 2 of them now. So like, it gets interrupted by one of them. That's really funny. Oh, and the other player has died. But at least a quirky corkscrew is still there. I really can't get into debug mode. Wow. Because one of them keeps interrupting it. That's really funny. That's really fucking funny. Oh yeah, I should also mention this. The capital letters and the numbers in this font is being loaded straight from the NES ROM. Thought that was a funny fact. just casually made like a converter for that. Where did we put it? I think it literally is just called like 1-bit. Yeah. Deck NES art. What is the idea / point of Protoslop? The idea, so it originally came to us as like to make a parody of like all those other ROM hacks that just like add prototype content back into the normal game without like any consideration as to why it was removed in the first place. But like we're still just gonna be adding all that stuff but like modifying it in such a way that's like either funny or like creative and like kind of cool. So it's kind of like both trying to like send a message to like prototype like ROM hack things for the Sonic 3 and Knuckles version. That would have been such a power move. Oh my goodness. Nah, but I kind of want to fix Hidden Palace Zone. Would have been really funny to have the Sonic 3 and Knuckles version. That would have been really funny. Just like you go to Hidden Palace Zone, you get the music, but like it's just the Sonic 3 version. That would be kind of funny. But we still kind of want to use a lot of the Sonic 2 assets. I'd have to think about that. Maybe. Oh my goodness. What if? What if it was still like Sonic 3 Hidden Palace? Or like some kind of mix between the two of them. So like layout wise, it would be like art wise, you'd still have like Hidden Palace Zone from Sonic 2, but like, oh my goodness, the Knuckles fight being ported over, that would be really funny. I would need someone to do like a version of like the Knuckles sprites, but like it's the prototype version of Knuckles, the like weird like variant from the Sonic 3 proto. That could work. That could actually work. The chunky Knucks. We tried to make our own thing with Knuckles, and then we just sort of give up. Knuckles. Are the sprites for that already been ripped? They better have been. I mean, I could just grab them from the disassembly, but like, I need to take a look at them real quick. Spiders resource. I'm getting distracted further. I was supposed to like do the sprites for like a different thing. No, I'm not gonna be looking for Sonic because like there's gonna be way too many things there. Okay. 3 complete, 3D blast, 3 in 1 prototype, 6 ROM hack, prototype. Takes a while, but there it is. There he is. That's all there is. Hard to say. But it would be funny to just make like a little thing with that. Stank face. He does have a bit of a stanky face, but kind of reminds me of those like mod gen sprites. Or at least like the ones that are like trying to be like the other echidnas from like Adventure. They were already based off. This already looks like it's based off of the final Sonic 3 sprites. At least the way like the animation works, since it's like 8 frames and stuff. Seems to be more based off of the final stuff, rather than like Sonic 2 art style. Which makes sense, because they already had like the Sonic 3 sprites ready. Sonic 3's walking animation is just the Sonic 2 one, but stuck as differently. No, it is just the Sonic 2 sprites. It's just the palette that's different. They just converted the colors. Yeah. Oh, the final ones? I wouldn't be surprised if it is just like very much similar to like these ones. I could do a simple comparison real quick. Alright, V and explanation bullshit. Get out of here. It's time for some sprite comparison. How do we get here? How did my hack get here? I did not add this. Let's see. Sonic 3 final. I wouldn't be surprised if they just copied the homework again. They did that with Flipma. Basic motion, there it is. Hopefully these are aligned the same way, and I don't have to do anything fancy to like realign them. They are not. But yeah, they are very much similar. Just a different head. But the shading is completely different. The shading was adjusted. Yeah, they did keep the same like proportions and stuff and the same sort of movement. But they've definitely changed the way shading worked. I mean, okay, to be fair, they kind of just like got rid of the dark. For the most part, they just sort of got rid of the darkest red and the tan part. Like it's just a simple like color replacement there, and then just kind of like tunified some of the frames wherever possible. Oops, that's the invert color. God damn it. There we go. They are. Some of them are very much just final Sonic 3, but combined with some Sonic 2 stuff. Like, these ones, horizontal Flipma is still just like the Sonic 2 set. Especially. Even though they already had a vertical Flipma, even though that one's literally still just the same as Sonic 2's pose-wise. Oh, the fucking hanging ones. It's like, because like they did it properly for like some of these. Like these are okay, but then you have like this dorkly ass frame over here. I'm always calling this one the dorkly frame. Because it just looks like the dorkly animation stuff. Like the Sonic for Hire thing. It is the eyes. It's like they were partially going into it and then just kind of forgot about it. Considering how Flying Battery was like scrapped from Sonic 3 and it just moved to Sonic and Knuckles. Because like they were working on all of it at the same time. Flying Battery was almost another Hidden Palace case. Imagine if Sonic and Knuckles never came out. That would have been crazy if it never came out. Some of these are kind of funky looking, actually, now I'm looking at them closer. Like, what the hell is this? Were they copying off of the homework from, like... Nah, they wouldn't. One of the horizontal swing motions sprites looks pillow shaded. Horizontal swing. I mean, generally, all of them are kind of, like, very pillowy. Like, there are a lot of cases where, like, Sonic sprites are very, like, pillow shaded. It's just a lot of the times they actually, like, end up fixing one of the sides to make it look like there's lighting. Yeah, that one especially is egregious, but, you know, you only see it for, like, tops, like, 4 frames. Yeah. There's too much outline on this side. They could have just, like, removed a little bit of it. Was this set? I think these sprites were already in the Sonic 3 set. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a Sonic 3, yeah, this is Sonic 3 specifically. Meaning, if we're going off of just Sonic 3 alone, then yeah, this is just a leftover from Mushroom Hill. Or Mushroom Valley, whatever you want to call it. Nope, it did not. Mostly because they could... No, they could have. They could have. All Sonic sprites are in the Sonic and Knuckles side, so like they don't have an excuse. They didn't have an excuse to not fix this stuff. They just didn't because nobody else has noticed it, so they're like, you know what? Fuck it. Just continue using them. If nobody called them out before, then nobody's gonna call them out now. Oh, goodness. I hate that they're, like, split. Split sprite sheets. It's, like, more or less the same sprite sheet again, isn't it? It's a little bit... There's, like, a little bit of, like, a different reorganization here, sure. But, like, that's about it. I don't think there has been any other, like, major changes to the sprites. There'd be no reason to. These are unused in game. Clear an act. Seen when the best ending is achieved, sure. Where's the animation data for this thing anyways? Yeah. There's a bit of a pattern, isn't there? It sure didn't. Yeah, it's weird that they were like fixed up and stuff. Nick Arcade is based off of Revision 1 directly. In fact, isn't like the background routine like very different compared to the final? I feel as though they kind of made those changes to the background as they were working on Sonic 2 and just decided, you know what? Yeah, we can just keep it like that. And then afterwards they started doing all the Sonic 2 stuff. Yeah. It did. It is very hard-coded. I mean, they did need to like reload the backgrounds in very specific ways. Even though there was like already like a block system going. I guess the block system just didn't work out. Hmm. Full motion angled. Yeah, I can't help but notice that the like smile thing is not there on like the tilted versions. That's a bot. Goodbye, bot. The SVP concept. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, McDonald's fucking said hello. And we're like, yeah, so, like, we need you to, like, release your game here, or, like, we're dropping these toys. Yeah, sure did. The McDonald's situation is crazy. Man. Fixed balancing. By trying... By triangle? Oh, wait, no, that's the name of the person who fixed it, okay. Do they have similar fixes here for, like, the tail sheet? Dash angled. Dash angled. No, they don't. They don't fix the sprite sheets! Oh my god, they don't fix the sprite sheets! Dude! Dude! They don't have any of the fixes for tails, do they? No, they don't! What are you doing? Yeah! They're completely messed up. They're especially messed up for, like, the other tilt. Hang on. Do I need to demonstrate that again? Shit. We'll never be off of this. Hang on, not there. Tells us 2. Marble Hill. Specifically. These fucking sprites right here. Like, this is the most misaligned it gets. But I can't go too fast. But yeah, look at that. Super misaligned. Like, these sprites are super misaligned. We were, like, looking at them like, from one of these days. It's like, god damn. Like, this is the second time this has happened. The first time was in Nick Arcade, then they fixed it for the final, and now it happens again, and they didn't fix it for Sonic 3. But this was not the case for the Sonic 3 Proto. The Sonic 3 Proto sprites were fine. But when re-importing the sprites again, that shit happened. Just fucking GG. Like, I understand why it's kind of, like, difficult to get those right. Because, like, yeah, they're, like, tilted versions of them. For one thing. And for another, the tail has to be added on there manually. Hell, they managed to, like, mess up other things, like, the teetering sprites. The teetering sprites are also wrong. It's meant to move left and right. Like, it's just sort of static there. Like, the head's sort of static there. They fucking... They pulled the Sonic CD with him. A lot of, like, the small fixes that were, like, done in Sonic 2's, like, mappings and stuff were just completely thrown out of the window. Like, look over here. That's how it's meant to look like. It's meant to move, like, 1 pixel further because that's just how it works here. Like, it's meant to look like that. And it's just messed up. They mess up while converting the entire thing. It's so funny. It really doesn't help that the mappings were done manually. I mean, considering that's, like, the whole reason. It's the whole reason why they added that, like, whole thing in debug mode. They have an entire, like, debug mode thing just for testing the sprites. So, like, I guess they just didn't see it? Because, like, you just press all 3 buttons and there it is. Like, they have their sprite test right here. Okay. Starts there. It's perfectly fine. That tail is slightly misplaced, but that's okay. Yeah, that's really bad there. Like, they have it here. They have it right there. They could have just, like, double-checked it, but no, nobody bothered with Tails. Because, like, he's just a partner character. They kind of forgot he's, like, the best character because he can fucking fly? Like, hello? The root sand, yeah. We have our funny debug, or, like, we have our funny little changes in this. Right, that's not the point. God damn it, I got sidetracked yet again. Can be a little jank as a treat. Board, looking up, epilogue. It's like I feel as though they were working on like a Sonic 3 set for Tails and then just like, they just didn't have the time for it. They did not have the time for it. There's like some fan recreations of what it might have looked like, but we don't have any of the existing files for it. Nobody does. If they've survived, then that'd be a miracle. The other thing, though. The other thing I want to look at real quick for sprites. Yeah, Sonic & Knuckles straight up didn't have Tails in it. It does have Tails code. It does have some sprites, but they disable Tails. Because, you know, probably like some space constraints, maybe. If I had to guess. The fuck you mean Boomed is here? Oh, it's just a fucking tile screen. Why are there sprite rips of our hacks here? Since when was that added? I was not aware of it. What are people saying about it? Is this new? Like, newly ripped? If so, I wonder how long until we see Boomed Sonic here. Can never grab too many things. God damn it. Rip Johnny, we will miss him. He got banned. What? Deleted user. Oh shit! 2015. What happened? Huh? I went to another sheet Johnny submitted, and it turns out, yeah, they've been deleted. If they've been banned or if they deleted their account, but either way, it's a shame. My guess is he ripped and submitted this, but got deleted after it got accepted. He made some excellent sprites. His take on Sonic 1 style Mario was my favorite. Blah, blah, blah. And you were joking. So submitted in October 2025, or at least approved in October. We don't know like how long it took, though usually it only takes like maybe 3 to 4 days tops, at least from like personal experience. So like, yeah, it's still October, so last month. That's really weird. I'm gonna fall into another rabbit hole if I keep going with this. The unfortunate part is that we can't see like what else they've ripped. But I got a feeling they might have ripped like a bunch of our stuff. Let me actually take a look real quick. So ROM hack here. No, that's a different person. There's like multiple people interested in this. And nobody ever bothers to ask us for the sprites? We still have the disassembly here. Hello? We're right here. What am I, chopped liver? Like, man. Like, we did it for, like, some of the Goddess Slip sets, because, like, why not? Like, why not just make a sprite sheet here? It's like, we did that, submitted, and they were like, yeah, cool, why not? There's some of the profiles. Hi, there's me. Mostly because I wanted to see, like, the reaction of people, like, on here. It's just like, wait, this is a Sonic hack? But, like, nah, it's not. There's not much in here. Oh my goodness. What if we put the Pogo sprites on here? That would be really funny. I need to... I think I already did ask Moxie about it. I think they'd be okay. I think they'd be okay if I put the pre-render on here. It'd be really funny, though. It's like it's technically Goddess Slip. It is technically part of it. It is technically from an April Fool's thing, sure, but it's technically still part of the main game because it's technically in there. So is there like an unofficial ROM hack thing going on here? Company, genre, subgenre? What's the subgenre? Oh, it's like an entire like browse thing. Okay. Filter. Atomic Sonic, my beloved. So that's like all ROM hacks. Or at least I thought. Hang on. The Tooth ones aren't here. An official ROM hack. I don't think this tag is right. Hang on. Oh, it just says unofficial. It doesn't say... It doesn't say ROM hack. This one doesn't say ROM hack at all. Or unofficial. What? This one just says unofficial. It also only has like the main characters. What the hell's going on with this filter stuff? Official? Nah. I mean, according to this one, sure, I guess. It's so weird. Like, Goddess Slip appears when you're like looking for like specifically Genesis ROM hacks. Or I guess Mega Drive, whatever you want to call it. But not while... But not extended edition. Extended edition and any older like Tooth content is just not there. Why? Who made these filters? Well, okay, I can't really complain because like, yeah, I'm seeing an error. I go fix it, right? It's like that should be on there. Okay, so let's see. How do we add tags? So to add tags, I would need to go over here and like say, I would need to add the ROM hack tag, I guess. Okay, let's do that real quick. We've gone so far off with so many segues. I need to go back into like doing the sprites for this RPG, damn it. But for now, let's just quickly do this. Okay, so where's the ROM hack one? Unofficial. Oh! Bootleg, fan-made, homebrew, ROM hack, unlicensed game, unlicensed multi-card, and unofficial. There. ROM hack tag missing. And copy that because I'm gonna need to do that again. ROM hack tag missing. It's like unofficial is no good. It needs to be unofficial ROM hack. But I'm keeping the unofficial one for this one. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean I'm not a company! What? We're not a company! I mean, there's technically 2 of us, so maybe, what? What do you mean, company? I didn't even notice that. Wait, shit, is that part of that one? Okay, it is. Is it in the Gato one? It is. What? Oh my fucking god. The NES ROM hack is on here too. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So Sonic and Knuckles is separated into 2 hacks. Or like separated into like two categories. Sonic 3 alone and Sonic and Knuckles. But for some reason this ROM hack is just combined into one? It's 2 ROM hacks. One of them is in the Famicom disk system. Sure, they have similar sprites, but like a good portion of them are like different. Huh? And it doesn't even have like most of it. It's just one of them. What? Only company. Wait, what do you mean there's like a separate one for developer? Hold up. Just company? No, it's only company. There's only company. It doesn't have developer. Doesn't have a developer tag, only company. Oh, you mean like in general? D for developer? No. Just company. So I guess anything that's like a company is just like, oh my goodness gracious. That's a long list. Which is probably why there's a filter. Bumble Bear, Games, Bungie, Burra. Okay, some of these are looking like usernames. Cubenen as yeah, that's definitely a username. So like at the very bottom. Whoa, that's a lot of Zeds. Yago. Witch plus Cat. West Coast Software. Watara. Warner Brothers. VR Check Incorporate. Of course, VR Chat is on here. I'm sure there's plenty of sprite rips of VR Chat. Very Valve Vap. Oh my god. There it is! Yeah, Cubenen. They are from the Sonic hacking scene, so yeah. There just is a bunch of it's just usernames and like company names just mixed into one thing, and I don't know. I feel as though they should have just made another like set for developers, so or just developer. Just developer would have been fine. Just renaming company to developer would have been fine. Oh wait, no, that still wouldn't work. Because then you'd have to like then there'd be the question of like whether you should be crediting it to the like publisher or the development team. Because like sometimes that's not even clear. So that's probably why they chose company instead. Even though that's like, you know, kind of ambiguous when it comes to like ROM hacking stuff or like homebrews. Oh. We're not a company. I mean, technically speaking, we kind of are. Right. Yeah, I mean, there is two of us. So we get fair pay. They get paid in cheese. Health benefits? We shared a body, so I guess we both have the same benefits. But also, this is Europe. Are the hours good? I don't know. If it's 24 hours a day, like, a good thing. Because they're working their ass off and it's just, like, keeping me sane sometimes. Usually the opposite. Oh my goodness gracious. That's so funny that it's doing that. Wait, now I gotta check if everything else is, like, correct. Hold up. Boom is here. Useful engine is here. I feel as though there's probably a lot missing. Hang on. Though I wouldn't know what would be on here. There's that. There's boomed. I don't think there's anything else, though. Nah. None of our other stuff is here. American reigned. Oh my goodness. I need to look at this one. Oh wait, no, it's just the one. It is just the one, okay. Give credit to Red Mizu Studio. It's weird how it's just the, like, boss sprites. Who submitted this anyways? Submitted by... Eevee Lover to Spriter 8. That is a name. So wait, that means they're not someone from, like, the development team. That was, like, just someone doing their own thing here. I'm guessing that the sprites are just, like... How would they be scaled, then? You got, like, the full scale here. They might have just, like, grabbed the full scale version when it's, like, flying closest to the screen just from the, Wait, what? Red Gamer? What do you mean? Goodness. There he is. The good boy. I think this is charming. Ripped by Banascar. Of course it was Banascar. For some reason it lives in my head. Old reference. Trying to think here. Red Gamer. Because it does sound... It does sound familiar. It does sound like something a fan would say. Forgot what, though. Oh, wait. Was it on DeviantArt? I think... Is it the whole Amberly thing? Hang on. It is, isn't it? Amberly OC. Ah. 0711. Come on. Oh, wait. Armbully. Nope. Deviations. Journals. Yo, Amberly OC here. There it is. Wait, what? Where's the rest of it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this was a weird one. goodness. There it is. Goodness gracious. This stuff is so old. So for some context to what Embryo C70711 was, this is not like some random fan that existed. This was just like it was just a bunch of just like tooth art that we made like real into like one account. The reason why it's called Amberleo C, I'd rather not say because it's kind of mean. It was like some Bubsy OC that we found like years and years ago. It was like part of like a Lucio thing, and I just sort of brought that up at some point, like during a Warisoft, like the Warisoft period, and like it just kind of stuck around somehow. I think I know why. I think, yeah, Amberleo C0711 appears in the extended edition credits, and I wanted to like have it, or like the fake credits thing. And it was like specifically the Hot Red Cat on Fox action line. Yeah, this one. It's like like in the actual hack, you'd have like something saying something along the lines of like, check my DeviantArt for Red Cat on Orange Fox action, and yeah, this is it. It's a dumbass joke. It was kind of funny. Neat little memories. Or memories. Oh man. Yeah, kind of a shame about the Warisoft just disappearing off the face of the earth. But it is what it is. Oh boy. Yeah, a lot of hard lessons learned. For one thing, never put your source code on a public repo, even if you rename it to something different, because some Russian hacker is just gonna, like, steal it anyways. And technically, don't fucking make a big deal out of, like, someone leaking a source code. Oh, and feature creep. Absolutely the feature creep. Holy shit, feature creep. Which, by the way, is happening again with Protoslop. And I'm blaming Jeff. The other day, we started, like, fucking making up ideas for, like, what we want to do for, like, Hilltop. And he's, like, bringing stuff up from, like, Peck and Claw. Yeah. Like, we did it on a public website because at the time, I think it was, like, it was either GitHub or GitLab. They didn't have, like, private repos. At least you couldn't do private repos because you need like some sort of like premium thing at the time. Like that's not the case anymore. Oh goodness, it was GitHub. Yeah, that's what it was. It bit us in the ass, real hard. That was a fun one. Oh man. This is so stupid. Man. The Mike Berry copy? That would be really funny. Yeah, we have a 6502 macro set in the works. It's not complete. It's only enough to like do the swap It's only enough to do the swap between mappers. But like I'm still considering making like a full set just so I don't need to like build code from like fucking DOSBox. Which is a sloppy way of doing it, and it's kind of funny to have it like that. But like this is just kind of dumb. The way it's set up. It's like, oh, I want to make a build off of like Mario 1 and like the only assembler that works with it without me like having to like look into fixing it up. Oh my god, the Mike Berry copy's still up? No way! There's no fucking way! What? No fucking way, dude! That's so funny. 9 years ago. Yeah, no, I'm fucking downloading this before it gets taken down. That's really funny, though. I probably already have it, like, somewhere archived, but, like, that's really funny that it's just here. That's so funny. I never looked at the code, though. It's got the old name on the title. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be. I mean, it is still just like fucking ancient code. Yeah, a lot of this is like stock. Sound check stop. Oh. That's different. Hang on. Oh, you have a check for like fades and stuff. That's kind of neat. Interesting. You actually made use out of this routine. I ain't shit. Like 16 and talented. Like I couldn't do this shit when I was 16. Like the most I did was just like maybe modify like one monitor to do something else. Maybe. Was I 16 at the time? I can't remember anymore. Like the original tooth was 2011. 6? From 2011 to 94. So that'd be 6, 10, 17. Yeah. I was like 17 when I did the first tooth. $17. Right. Right. We did tooth in 11. It's mostly just like messing around with stuff. I will still want to like look into some of this, or like some of the older stuff that we did, and some newer disassemblies that are around that claim to be like a new basis for ROM hacking, because like I've looked into, well, I didn't look deeply into Clean Engine, but like I've seen some people struggle to use Clean Engine just to do something like something as simple as like modifying Sonic sprites is difficult on there, because for some reason like the Flex2 files kind of clear the mapping like label. Oh man. Crazy Sonic source code is on GitHub. Damn. I mean, it's still really impressive that you went to like to the trouble of disassembling crazy bus and just put it on a ROM hack. Like, goddamn. Like, the amount of secrets within secrets was impressive. MJ, load blue, load green, load red. Oh, it has the, it has the grayscale fix. It's really funny how, like, nowadays, every fan game adds the, like, blue tint back to, like, the fading sequence. While back in the day, it was like, oh no, we can't have the blue tint. We want to, like, have, like, a proper fading sequence. So let's fix that. Goodness. The Mega CD remake. Kinda forgot you made, like, a, later version. Oh, yeah. The fucking Toho Hong Kong 97 thing. That shit's so crazy, dude. Like, talk about obscure features of the hardware. Fucking bullet hell. Nah. That's a lot of stuck stuff. Null select is still here. Intact mostly? No, wait, no. Down since to 80. Huh. It does, yeah. I remember how a lot of the times back in the day people would prefer Hivebrain because it's like a good starting base, quote unquote. Because it's like, oh, it's easier to like, because it's like easier to like figure or like to customize the heck out of it since nothing is like super macroed. And then it turns out, no, not really. It's a lot easier to work off of the other ones. Oh wait, no. It's a lot easier to do stuff in the Hivebrain disassembly because a lot of the tutorials rely on the Hivebrain version. I remember now. Oh shit. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ass. I'm not the biggest fan of ass. Like, I understand. Oh shit. You're right. Wait, hang on. It is. Oh my goodness. That's really funny. Ooh. Yeah, like, I understand the reason why people, like, are switching over to the AS disassembly, or, like, they're switching over to, like, AS as, like, the way to build it. Because, like, there are a couple of features that ASM 68K doesn't have. But also, the fact that it builds on Linux is, like, the big thing. That, like, yeah, the cross-platform thing is a big plus. However, if all the tools were cross-platform, that wouldn't be, like, you know, that would have been great. There's also bugs that I'm not exactly aware of. I do remember, like, yeah, there was an issue while trying to like build the Sonic 3 ROM like a couple of days ago. Valid code starts failing on build for no reason. Yeah, it did that. It did do that. I remember now. I was porting over the fucking collision box viewer that we have. And, like, it just didn't work because one instruction which was valid in ASM68K was just not valid in AS for some reason. I was just like, dude, what do you fucking mean? Okay, so I wasn't just like... So that wasn't just a fucking skill issue on my part. Anim A0 started to not work for one line, and I had to change it to... That's so fucking stupid. There's no fucking way. Why? Why the fuck? I remember needing to fucking do a workaround with that one. That is so dumb. But yeah, like I was saying, cross-platform compatibility, that's really good. That's forward-thinking. However, if none of the tools work on anything besides Windows, then it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter if you're cross-platform compatible. It doesn't matter. Because, like, you're still gonna need, like, at least Wine or any sort of, like, thing to run most of the tools that are necessary to do anything level design-wise. There is no Linux build of Son level. Flex 2 at least has something, I think. Since it's, like, web-based. I'm pretty sure that one has a Linux build. But that's about it. And even then, Flex 2 isn't exactly, like, the best tool. Yeah, let me quickly take a look at that one. Flex 2 release. Pretty sure it does have it. Yeah, there is a Linux version. Clown Map ED? No. No. I'd rather not. I prefer classics on Map ED. A lot of the time I would just prefer that one. Also the fact that fucking Flex 2... Okay. Like a little rant here. Flex 2, for some reason, when you're like outputting Sonic 2 mappings in assembly format, it always uses like the macro form now. And I'm not sure if that's compatible. I'm not sure if that's compatible with like ASM68K. Let me take a look at that real quick. It's like, I remember having trouble with that one. It's like, oh wait, it's using its own thing. Some commits have... Oh my fucking god. Infected build programs? Yeah, hang on. So like, if I were to like save something in like anything that isn't a binary file. So ASM, if I were to do that in the Sonic 2 format. I just did a big mistake there. I love how that was really easy to like make a big mistake. Because that just replaced the code. Oops. Right. But it does that. It does the mapping table entry thing. And then it has like all of this. Actually, you know what? That might still be ASM68K compatible. I'll just need to like get the mapper stuff ported over, like the macros. Yeah. Also, the fact that this could have been done a lot better. Because, like, this could have just been, like, built automatically. It's nice that it, like... Wait a minute. Really? Hang on, so... I'm gonna need to quickly revert that change. Holy shit. Holy hell, that is a bad thing. Hang on, so... Please revert these two, thank you. Mapping table entry is dumb? Yeah, it is. Right, there's a map. Right, this is the macro set for the 6502 thing. Which I've changed to make it more like 68K like, but whatever. Mapping table entry. So it is kind of dumb. Like, it's weird that they're doing it for, like, mappings. I wish it was, like, a option. Like, rather than just, like, forced onto you if you change it. Oof. Some... Right. But yeah, that's, like, the whole thing with, like, the mapper thing. Actually, maybe I can still, like, put my own macro set on there if I just figure out how to, like, replace the labels. Because I think that would save some of the headache. It also doesn't help that Flex 2 and obviously SonMap had never supported this, but like there's a bunch of like exceptions in like some of the sprites and stuff that like require you to have like separate tables for like the same mappings. Like there's the Sonic 1 oval and stuff for like the title card, which is being like reused by like 3 different tables, which is the only reason why that file is not a separate thing. And then there's also like the Sonic 3 mappings, because they also use like the Sonic and like they use the super sprites on there. Like the super sprites are like in the same file. And like if you load that up into like Flex 2 or SonMap ED, you're just gonna end up like completely erasing Supersonic. Yeah. It does show that they were done by hand, at least. Or at least whatever tool they had like some way of just like doing mapping separately from like, or at least like the table was separate from like the actual like mapping data. For Sonic 1, I can believe that there was like, that was all like manually done. I can 100% believe that one. But like for the later games, I'm not so sure. Especially with how many sprites there are in Sonic 3. So like having 2 tables there for like Super and just normal Sonic, and they both like share like mappings. Like, no. I do not believe you there. That's always struck me as like weird. And yeah, like I said, Flex 2 does not support that. Flex 2 does not support multiple mapping tables and stuff like that. Like, it just doesn't do that. I would have preferred if mapping tables and like the sprites like mappings themselves could be separated in some way, because at least that way you could like customize what gets on one table or another. But like, again, you'd have to like completely redo the entire system to make that work. But it would help for like things like, oh, you want to do like an animation, but like the way you're doing the animation is like in a stupid way that like just uses the mapping table, and it doesn't use any of like the standard like animation stuff that the games do. I mean, that's a skill issue on your part, but like, like you can't play around with it. It's very strict with the way the tool works. That's what I'm getting at. Actually, doesn't Sonic 2 have the same issue? Hang on. Let me go here real quick. Mappings, sprites. Right, hang on. That's wrong. That's an older disassembly. Surely that's been fixed by now. Do we have a newer version of the Sonic 2 disassembly? Yeah, surely this one has everything like separated by now, right? Sprites. Okay, it's assembly files now at least. Wait, what? How the hell was Sonic handled, like Super Sonic handled in Sonic 2? It was all in one mapping file. Oh my goodness. God damn. So they just animated it differently. So Sonic 3 split them, but Sonic 2 just had them all in like one. That makes sense because Sonic 3 has a lot more animations. Yeah, okay, so Sonic 2 was just like, yep, we're just gonna do it the same way as we've always done it. And then Sonic 3 was like, shit, we don't have enough frames. Time to make up something. Oh, goodness. I misspelled Sonic, but like, whatever. Yeah. If I go over here to, like, mappings. And there's, like, the entire thing here for, like, Supersonic. Two labels for some reason, but it is there. I think I know why there's, like, two labels, but, like, it's really silly that there are. Fix bug. Supersonic standing sprite's headpiece is off by 1 pixel to the left. Oh, they added a little thing here so you can like fix the sprites yourself. And the balancing sprites here too. That's really funny. But you still need to like look into the file itself to find them, and most people are just gonna load this up into like Flex 2 and lose everything. Like, cases like these where tools cannot do the job they're meant to do are like part of the reason why doing ROM hacks of Sonic 3 or anything that uses the system similar to this is like near impossible. Like, it's just not happening. You'd have to like split the mappings into like 2 files. If you want to do it properly, you just gotta do it like, you gotta manually just like grab all this stuff out of here and like stitch it back together. It just kind of sucks, dude. It's like I don't even bother with this anymore. Oh, but the surfboarding and snowboarding is like a separate thing. Like, that one's just like loaded on top. No big deal. Not even part of the main thing. It's just its own DPLC. I get that it's like more of a cutscene sequence, but like, if they could do it with the snowboard, then they could have just done that with like anything else that's like specialized. Yeah, well. That old blog. Right. That was another sidetrack. Oh, it does have a separate animation table for Supersonic? Over like both games? Hang on. Let me quickly check that. Sonic. There's all the animation there. And then Supersonic has a separate thing. Okay. Ah, but it still like calls the data from the other one. Well, it seems like both of them do that. Hang on. History. Is the stuff here? Obviously not. And I have to look in there. God damn it. The mystified tile cards for zone and end of level text. Thanks, Selby. Goodness gracious. It's on any data. It's gotta be on any data. Nope. Is it not on any anymore? Wait, has it been changed? God damn it. It is! It's just not Sonic. It's just not Son any data. It's just Sonic any data. God damn it. Ah, but there is, yeah, there is a separate one for Super. Which is doing the same thing as Sonic 3. So, same as it ever was. It is just grabbing everything else that it needs from, like, the other table. Man, that's another thing. There's no animation editing software. Or at least nothing updated that's functional. Functional is, like, the one thing. The key word here. Because, yes, there's the one main made. And it's there. It's just missing one thing. The flag for like changing sprites is messed up. It doesn't show the labels for them. Like it doesn't show the label for like switching animations. So it's just like completely blank and you cannot set that up correctly anymore. And there's like other issues with it too. It's like it's expecting like something with it. Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult to make an animation editor, and people have suggested it should be part of Flex 2 as well, because like, why not have it part of the same suit? Like, if you're gonna have the mapping editor, you may as well have the animation editor in one place. And like, yeah, I could get behind that. It's an easy format to modify too. Like, unless you're gonna be doing anything funky with the flags at the end, which, you know, only a wild dingus would do that. Me. But like, outside of that, yeah, there's just nothing else. Like I straight up added like a loop counter to the animation routine, at least for the player, just so I can like loop through like a thing without having to like plaster in a bunch, just like, you know, this stuff just for the idle. Especially considering that we have like more frames of animation for idles. And then there's like a randomizer flag for like the separate idle animations. But again, that's very specific. Like, nobody's gonna be doing that for, like, their normal projects. It would be nice to be able to, like, set up custom flags if an editor were to exist, but yeah. Just having an editor would be nice enough. Hmm. Hang on. I just remembered one thing, though. Is... Okay, there should be like a second balancing animation here. Blink, get up, balance. Okay, yeah, they're still like that. I was looking at these three animations in particular because these were like where the bonking animation was at. For like Sonic 2 Nick Arcade. And I remember looking at Tails animation. God damn it. Okay. I remember looking at Tails' animation and just like 3 dummies in here. On the exact same spot. We're like, oh wait, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they never like put it back, but like some proto slop hacks still do that. And like we're keeping it, of course, because you know it's already there. But like I just love the fact that the animation data is still here on Tails' side. The entire thing. Unchanged. Exactly. That is the best example of like a proto thing that should not be re-implemented. All we did so far was make it so that there's a chance for it, like, bonking you further back. But I want to do more to it. Like some sort of like way to like get off of it if you like time it correctly. Like a grace period to just like have like a... Oh my god. Wait, that would be sick, but also that would really mess up things. If you're moving way too fast, Sonic explodes into guts and... No. No, we're not doing that. No. I just realized. What we could do. I want to add like 3 frames of like a splat of some kind before you bonk back. Like just kind of squishing into a wall for like 1, 2, or 3 frames, whatever looks good. And then it does a rebound. But during that like squish period, I want to be able to like still press jump. And if you press jump, you get like a upwards boost in like vertical speed. Like rather than having it as like, you know, just straight up a bad thing, if you know a wall is coming, then you can use it to your advantage to make a like big ol' like vertical boost. Like that would unslop it. It's balanced. It would balance it. But also, that kind of goes against a lot of the like things we wanted to do with the characters. God damn it. I'm gonna have to think about that later. Wall, bonk, rebound, squish. jump. There we go. That'd be sick. That'd be sick if I could, like, do something out of that. Wait! Maybe not like a straight up squish. Maybe like a way to like get into like a wall running position. That would work. If you just like jump on the right time or like press something else during that. Maybe like a right input. Oh my goodness. I'll have to rethink that one, because that would be really funny to have. Wouldn't work with objects, of course, but like that would still be really funny to do. Right. Yeah. So I was looking into this because like this is exactly the same data as like the bonk from the prototype. Like that's completely unchanged. It's just there. It's always been there on Tails' side. And one thing in particular that we kind of like found out on a previous stream was that when you look at Tails' animations here in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you will find that right after the spin dash, B2, or like, hang on, 3F82, it's still here. There's still one left over. The other two have been replaced, but like it's still here. The wall rebound, or at least one of them, at least one of the wall rebound animation like things. I believe that's like the one where it's just like kind of on the ground. I think. No. No, it's definitely not it. Yeah, no, that's the one where it's just like it's the frame when you're like already bonked. That's what it is. It's still there. Pretty sure that's the one. Forgot what it's called though. I need a wall. There's 20 walls. This one. It's that frame. That animation. It's still there. It's on Tails' side, but it's still there. I think that's the one. Yeah, because this one is like the one that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or is it not? Hang on. Am I blind? Oh yeah, don't worry about the green highlight. Yeah. That's just from the palette change. I've only changed the ones that like don't have the thing. It's like we added the Sonic 3 palette, so now there's like green on there, but we haven't converted all the things to use the palette yet. So it's a bit sloppy, you can tell by the HUD. I just haven't converted all the frames. Only the frames where I've messed around with have been changed. For example, anything that has the anything that has Sonic's eyes closed, we've just shifted all the sprites so that the color is different. So like this one is blue, I'm pretty sure it's like it used to be tan. And this one is this one's white, I think it used to be, I think this one also used to be tan, or was this one blue? I think this one was blue. Anyways, we shifted all of them around. They're not the same anymore. But yeah, it's one of them. Or is it actually this one? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 17. Oh wait, no, that. Never mind. That's the one where you're like already fallen. Okay, so it is the one where you've Yeah, it's this one. That's the one. So it is that one. Yeah, that's still in Sonic 3. Yeah, it's gotta be. That's the one that's still in Sonic 3. It's that one in particular. 82. Well, it saves me the trouble, I guess. I never understood like why people wanted a Mr. Rogers thing. I didn't grow up with Mr. Rogers at all. I'm European. Oh, we're European. Sorry. Keep forgetting that. I'm so used to saying I and we. I'm like, it's hard. Wait, where the heck is Vivi? Yeah, probably too much code stuff. That happens. Yeah. Yeah, some people just won't shut up about it. Although nobody ever talks about like the Thomas hack anymore to us. Like nobody ever says anything about it. Like it's just completely gone. The only people who ever bring up the Thomas hack, either the folks at Lucio or G Wolf. That's it. Nobody else ever brings up Thomas too, or like anything Thomas related. It's really funny. I mean, I prefer it because, like, yeah, dead joke, and like leaving it as just the in joke it was meant to be is fine enough. But yeah, the animation got replaced here. But it's like the two of them got replaced. One of them remained, which is this one. This one remained. Okay, yeah, it is 14, yeah. The getting up animation got replaced by like I think it was the it's the animation for when you're using the um the yo-yo ropes or whatever in Marvel's Garden 2. I'm calling it yo-yo ropes because it kind of looks like a yo-yo. So I guess that one frame in particular that replaced it for like one of them. And then the other one is like some unused like teeter animation that just never made it to Sonic 3. Like one of the frames is missing. So it's like swaps between like one of the it swaps between one of the teeter animations or frames and one of the Tails' exhausted frames. So it's like it's a completely unused animation here. And it's definitely not a conversion from like that one, right? It can't be. Yeah, because it's an FF. And this was an FD. So like it's a completely new animation. Definitely probably some sort of like teeter animation for Tails. And then it was just never implemented, so they just moved on. FD's nuts, yeah. Ha ha. Also, FD should have just been like a -1 instead. In a lot of these. Or just, you know. It should have just been a fucking constant. Like we tend to do. Like actually, yeah. Like fucking Sonic 1 has these here. Well, never mind these over here. Those are like my custom ones, but like Sonic 1 has these. Just AF end, AF back, AF change, AF routine, reset, and second routine. It's like, why aren't they there in like the other ones? Also, it really shouldn't be an EQ here, because like, it's just -1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, this should have been automated like that. Because it's essentially the same thing, right? For the most part. Well, I guess it will depend on like what the assembler thinks it is. But it's essentially just that. No, no, no. No need to do that. Right, yeah. I remember removing the routine and reset ones, like anything routine related. Because, like, they're not there in the player animation stuff anyways. And they're completely unnecessary for the player animation in the first place, because you don't want to mess with the routine. So there isn't really much there. And yeah, make player dance. That is, yeah, that's from extended edition. Loop animation. Honestly, the way I've implemented the looping animation stuff is kind of dumb. I believe to make up the extra space for loops, I kind of just made it so that no animation can be bigger than like a certain size, which is honestly kind of dumb on my part. So like it kind of like masks it and uses that as like the loop counter. It should have just been like an extra variable or like an extra piece of RAM instead. Pretty sure the code is still left over here. Game mode, overworld, player. Common, animate. I like it still says common even though it's not even being used there. Let's see. Yeah, it's the upper nibble. So you can only ever have like 16 animation bytes for each of the animations. It's kind of limiting, honestly. Actually, it would technically be just 15 because you also got to take into account the stopping point. Although I suppose you wouldn't even be counting that one. Wait, no, you do need to count that. Yeah, player animate. Where's the animation actually? Anim. Yeah, of course, it's like a separate thing. This could have been done a lot better, honestly. I feel as though I can like redo this in a way that's like more readable. Yeah, that's not implemented in a good way. It's like I wanted to like automate the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, you're just gonna be counting up from like a certain point, so like just use that. And if I want to call it like a different frame, I can just like reference it. And then anything that I haven't like messed with yet for like Gyro Slip, it's just still like the raw numbers. Yeah, all the dance stuff is still like weird like this. AF flip. It's like it loops back, but it also flips it horizontally because some of the animations are like that. Which is honestly not a bad thing to implement in general. It's like, oh yeah, stop the animation and flip the player. Do the floof. Frame cycle angle. Goodness gracious, what am I doing? Whatever works, I guess. I should have just like separated this and like made it some constants. It's for later though. Oh my gosh. Alright, that's enough of this. I think I've spent like 2 hours on like looking into code without like actually working on the sprites that we were supposed to be working on. God damn it. Uh, it's just bad segues and ADHD. I expected it to happen at some point, I just didn't expect it to happen right this instance. I don't even remember what, like, catalyzed it. I just remember something happening, and it's just like, okay. Right. I was, like, trying to explain why that crashed in the first place, because I, like, trying to explain something else. It was like a segue of a segue, I forgot what it was, though. Right. Let me just... let me get the screen proper now. Goodness gracious. We're going back to sprites. Alright. Oh my goodness gracious. There we go. What's stopping you? Besides ADHD itself. There we go. Start that again. That's a crazy amount of ADHD there. It's like a lot of times when I have like things to do. It's like I need to remember something that I need to do, but like it's also like a small thing, and it ends up like taking priority over everything else that's like more important. I feel as though that was like one of those moments just now. Do I want to move this one up? Yeah, I don't think there's a need. Yeah. That's essentially what we've been going through as well. And part of the reason why we started streaming is just so we can focus on it, but like we still end up like getting distracted a lot of the times. Unless it's just Vivi. If it's just Vivi streaming and they're like doing artwork, then everything goes right. Cause like, what are they gonna get distracted by? Besides like stream chat. No, that needs to be puffy up. Something needs to go down. Oh, the eyes are already down. Right? How the heck? No, the eyes are slightly up. What? Do they need to go higher a bit on the front side? No, I don't think so. You mean what Vivi has? Man, same. I think the reason for it is like, I think the way Vivi works, or at least when they're like the one like doing the stream solo, is like I think one of the things that does distract me a lot of the times is like any like segue whenever I'm like talking about something and like I get like a reply about one thing or another. That's like what usually leads me to like get distracted and like move into something else. But like with Vivi, since they're just there like doing cute noises and stuff and they don't really speak, that sort of stuff doesn't happen. Like the mind doesn't wander, and since they're streaming, they have to be focused on what's happening in front of them. Because like, hey, people are watching. You can't get distracted by doing something else. Because like, hey, there's an audience. I don't think that works. Like something about it. It tends to, yeah. I guess sometimes you just gotta shush and keep going. Or just mute everything that could lead you to something else. But then, the problem is that with programming, you will always find a segue. Because, like, one thing leads to another, and you end up just, like, researching, why is it like this? Like, you just want to find out why was something implemented the way it was, and why wasn't it differently? And just kind of, like, look into the code itself and, like, figure it out that way. Rather than just, like, work with what you have and move on. I think that's another big thing. Actually, speaking of ADHD, so we were supposed to go to our psychiatrist. Yeah, I have that right this time. Okay, yeah, psychiatrist. Like we're not getting therapy, but we need to go there to like get the we need to get to we need our psychiatrist to be prescribed extra medication for the ADHD because otherwise we're not getting more. And that was supposed to be like 2 days ago, and we tried. We tried to go there. In fact, it was a Vivi fronting at the time, and it seems like the bus system just kind of changed. We were on a rush, sort of. We didn't do like the usual stuff we tend to do, where we like prepare everything before we go there because we needed to hang out with someone, and like some other things happened in between. We got super distracted, and like everything fell in the wrong place. Um, so like we didn't see that the bus route changed only for that day, which is just messed up that it happened like that. But because of that, we didn't have any transport to get to our psychologist, and there was like no other way to get there on time. And by the time we have like a way to get there, it was already too late. By the time Vivi realized that, like, yeah, they tried to get an alternative, and the bus never came. I think there was an alternative. I can't remember, and Vivi isn't around to tell the story. But like, there was an alternate route. I remember there being an alternate route. Right? Yeah. There was something of that sort that they found out about. Like when I came to be, like they were like sort of like crying at the bus stop, just like trying to like cope with the fact that they just couldn't get there. It was actually kind of sad, but um Yeah, so we don't have extra medication. We're running out of like ADHD meds. We have some older ones we were prescribed, but they're like the wrong dosage. So we're not getting enough of what we need, which is a shame. Like we still have something, but that's not gonna be enough. And yeah, we tried to call them. We tried to call them multiple times, and we got no response. It's like, oh, we're closed until the 18th. Like, bitch, it is the 18th. Like, we just kept getting the automatic response. Like, we couldn't get anything. It's like, either we go there anyways and explain the situation there, which would, you know, it would take a while. Like, it's a 30-minute ride there. Like, it's not an instant thing. Like, we'd have to go there while it's open, and we don't know whether or not it will remain open because, you know, fucking the phone says otherwise. It's so confusing. Like, we just want to call them, and we're getting nothing. Nothing's working on their end. They probably were just like, they probably didn't turn that off when they went on a break. Because, like, it was meant to be, like, this appointment was meant for Monday. But they had to, like, shove it to, like, the next day because they were not going to be around on the 17th. So, since it was shoved to the 18th, I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. But also, they didn't get rid of the automatic response thing. So, like, it's still doing that. They're probably not getting phone calls. They're probably not getting phone calls. They're not getting any phone calls because that's still active. It's like we can't get in contact with them. We can't reschedule. We're unable to reschedule until they fix it, until someone realizes it, or we go there anyways. We might actually just have to go there and take the L. Like, tickets ain't cheap. Like, I mean, they're kind of cheap, but like, they're not free. We might have to actually just go there. I'll have to look at when they're open. On like what days of the week they're open. They should still be open maybe like today. If we go there, if we find like a alternative, like some bus that like leads us there, then maybe. The whole reason why the bus is all messed up at the moment is because there's like they're doing like what's it called again? They're like doing some repairs or whatever. So like nothing is flowing correctly. Like everyone's getting delayed. Okay. Okay, so it's like there-ish. Oh, but the arm is in the way. Ooh. Is that the same? Yeah, it is the same. Okay, good. It's like around there-ish, yeah. Then it brightens up, going up. We'll fix that when we get there. But yeah, no medication. That's not great. We can still go around it though. But it does mean that we're gonna get distracted more often, which is bad. It's really bad considering that we do have stuff where we need to finish up. Namely, sprites for Toxic Crusaders still need to be finished up. And we can't stream those. We can't stream those because we're under NDA. So it's extra difficult to do those. If we weren't under NDA, we would have just like done the streams and like be finished with a lot of the things that we've been asked for. how you react to medication. They usually, at least with the medication they give us, most of the reactions we've had is just like sweating, and maybe heart palpitations. Either that or just like you just feel like a faster heartbeat. Like that's some of the common ones we've had for like the medication that we've been described, because it's been different medication every time. It's like, oh, one thing stopped working out as well, or like some things like giving us like really bad side effects, and it's like we talk about that, and like they prescribe something lighter or milder or whatever. The ones we're currently on are fine-ish. I think I'm not sure if they are 100% working. It's hard to judge that, because like streaming has helped us just kind of concentrate a little better. So like it's hard to say whether or not the medication is actually helping, because we've added another factor to our daily routine. Well, not daily routine, more just on it's only on Wednesdays and Sundays how we do streams, so it's not every day. And even actually, yeah, even on streaming days, we still end up getting really distracted. I mean, if earlier wasn't anything to go by, like we're still getting hella distracted, depending on like what happens to be the topic of the conversation. So like, I'm not sure if it's like 100% working on our end. This tail's like, the hell were we cooking here? Let me take a look at Vivi's sketch. That's unhelpful. Oh my god. I'm gonna need that mouse loader. What is this character for? This is for an RPG. Like a series of RPGs from Game Dog called Cubenen Gardens. This is a partner character. Made a bunch of other sprites here for like the main character. But yeah, it's an RPG Maker game, so like everything is like limited to 3 frames at most. It's whatever pays the bills, you know. Even though we're already like super busy with Toxic Crusaders, we did promise to like make these, so ain't breaking promises. Should have done that. Yeah, that should have been there. I believe the RPG was like available. I know that there is one that's like available on Steam. This is like meant to be like the sequel to that one. At least these sprites are for that one. So we did some of the sprites for the previous entry, like last year-ish, like the year before. Somewhere around that time we did like a bunch of like sprites for that. And yeah, this is meant for the sequel of that. Nothing else I can really say about it. The ear is not all the way up. Yeah, it needs to go up a little bit more. I don't think that initial sketch was at all that good. I'm gonna need to ask Vivi to fix their skill issues. Okay. Yeah. Actually, no, that should be closer to the camera, so like, I guess we'll make it a little bit shiny. Not too much. Just a tasteful amount. And even then, I want to avoid it. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Yeah, okay. Yep. Is there no shape between those? No. Huh, weird. Usually I'd have something there. Why is it separated? Oh, they are meant to be together. Hang on. Smoke with teeth. So according to the description, the both sets of paws are meant to be like contrasting compared to the rest of the body because they're meant to look more like work gloves and boots. But then I look at the artwork, the other artwork provided, and they're like kind of like the artwork kind of like seems to like do something like this, or just like the colored artwork does something like this, where it's just kind of like combined together like that. But that's not really how it's described here. The description has it more like this. were sort of more like a separate thing. I think that one needs to be a little... yeah, there should be more brown there. No shades between those, that's okay. Oops. Yeah. That's less messy. Why is there brown there? It's not meant to be brown. We'll do a couple of sprite fixes here. Yeah. There we go. So are they meant to be more combined or separated? I'm gonna contrast them though. I will contrast it. I will base it off of the description and the sketch art. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he has like more art of Russell. Yeah, we'll just go with the description then. Maybe like a combination of both, like still have like that separation, but not like fully separated. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. And I think some of it was meant to be more of a shadow. Right, like no, it's just thick. Those are just thick outlines. God damn it, Vivi. Where's that mouse anyway? Yeah, I'm sure they'll pop up at some point. Oh well. Not a big deal. That's more down here-ish. So that contrast there. I think that's how, yeah, that's how it's done over there too. It's a bit pillowy, but that's okay. I think the art style is meant to be a little bit more like that. Okay, let's... I don't know. It's like I want to keep like that like sort of fuzzy feel to it, like the portrays have, but also not go too hard on it. Just kind of going off of the description rather than the examples. Because the developer's main thing isn't the artwork. It's more just like the script and like... Yeah, it's more just like story-wise stuff. So like, I have to take the, I essentially have to take the description as like what it's meant to be rather than like anyone else's like interpretation of it. Because I know the other piece of artwork that I have here is made by someone else. Alright. Really should have just shaded it in the other program. Yeah, well. Not a big deal. Alright, do that. There you fucking are. I was wondering about you. Right. Actually, I got nothing to say, honestly. Huh? Huh. Just stuff. Huh. Okay. Your singing is kind of weak today. What's going on, Vivi? Okay. Looks like something is not quite right with us. Usually Vivi is a lot more chipper than this. I find it kind of weird. Hang on. Maybe I can help you out a little bit. Pause the timer. Okay. Maybe I just need a little music change. Let's see. Do we have anything that he vibed with? Oh. Actually, you know what? Give me a sec. We're out of tea. Oh. Could use a little bit of tea. Oh, but the water's not warm anymore. Okay. Sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Poor thing. I said I'm sorry. This thing isn't even that sharp, okay? Shush. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Let him in. It'll fly back on. I think that's warm enough. Fine. Let it do the thing. See? I told you it was warm enough. There we go. That there. Okay. I'll help you with your mood swing.
Okay. Got tea, couple of slices of apple.
We need an avatar that's just like the both of us together, because like when we're doing stuff on the background, we're gonna need to have something like that. We have one that's just Tooth, but like this isn't quite right. Like, sure, Tooth is kind of a representation of both of us, but like, it doesn't quite work. Like having something like Vivi sitting on top of the bicorn would be really cute. What? You sound like you're barking again. Oh. I mean, I guess we could do that as like a Sunday stream then. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, fucking make a new avatar for Sunday. Just for the occasions when we both have to be at the same time and we can't switch between the avatars. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. I think people would love to see that. I mean, hell, if you manage to do your own fucking PNG tuber thing in like 2 hours or so, like, goddamn. I think you'd be able to do like a still frame. What do you mean not a still frame? Like both active? You're insane. You're absolutely insane. And that's why I love you. Fuck it. We know what we're doing on Sunday then. Alright, Sunday plans. We're gonna be doing another avatar for streams. Similar to what we did with Vivi. Hang on, just demonstrate it. There. It's cute. It's a really cute avatar. But we're like thinking, okay, we gotta have one with like both Honker as me and Vivi as themselves. It's like Vivi would be like on top of Honker. And yeah, it would just animate like both of them with the mouth open, I suppose. Which is to say, I'm always with the mouth open, considering. But it would be cute to have like some variation of it, so it's like easy to differentiate which one of us is talking. Oh, it could be just like a general replacement to like the yeah, we could make it as a general replacement to this one. Like, yeah, it's neat that it's like the Gato version of ourselves, but like, I think having it be like similar to what you've done with your little like PNG YouTuber thing, I think that would be just like nicer in general. I think that would be cute. I think that'd be cute to have. What? I can't just make more sprites like that. I mean, I could. I don't know. I guess we just have to like open up a poll of some kind. Because like now that you're bringing it up, I'm not sure myself either. We'll probably like do it on like Blue Sky and um and on Mastodon. Like, would people prefer if the avatar was still pixel art, or would like just artwork like the Tooth one, like this one, or the Vivi one, be preferable? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure anymore. Because like yes, most people who have commissioned us in the past want pixel art. That's the one thing we're known for, is the pixel art stuff. I mean, for goodness sake, like both of our contract works are about doing game assets, and they're both like pixel art stuff. So like, yeah, I suppose it would be fair. I suppose if it would be fair for me to like make extra sprites just um for like this stuff, I guess. Hmm. I'd have to think about it, maybe. Hmm. Wait a minute. That does coincide with something. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, it's gonna be something that you don't really understand, Vivi, but huh. So currently, all the avatars on Goddess Slip are uncompressed. It's all uncompressed artwork at the moment, purely because it is loaded onto the HUD, and I don't want to do like some sort of like tile manipulation thing. Plus, lacking VRAM for that, so they're not animated. They do change, but it's also all uncompressed artwork at the moment, because I want to be able to like change them as the expression changes. But like, I feel as though that's not necessary to do. I think we can get away with like doing Nemesis compressed art there. It's like Nemesis compresses fast enough, right? Or decompresses fast enough. Or maybe some other decompression method that's like fast enough. But it would have to do that every single time. It would have to do that every single time a text box appears, if we want to have like that thing animating. Because like my idea is like, okay, I have this whole buffer meant for the text. I could just put the animation in there and just DMA it when necessary. Hmm. I would have to see. I would have to see just how easy that would be to do. Hmm. Because yeah, there is that routine that like decompresses it to RAM. And since I can just decompress it to RAM, I can just DMA it afterwards, and with all the frames of animation decompressed and stored in RAM, I can just DMA each of the frames whenever necessary. Yeah, I could set up a couple of DMA queues just for that, depending on how many frames of animation each avatar has. Or how many frames I can cram in there in the first place. Let me take a look real quick. Okay, so it's a good thing everything's uncompressed at the moment. Alright, so looking at our assets. So, where would it be? I guess it would all be in, yeah, it's under HUD. It's all HUD. HUD icons, HUD items. ABC, profiles. Profiles, that's where everything is. Okay, so one of them, just any of them, I would need. So a single avatar would be 480. Okay. Each of them is 480. And if I go into our thing here, hang on. For text, we have a buffer of text table buffer. Okay, so don't want to mess with that one. That one always needs to be active. And okay, we have 1,000. 480 per. So 480 plus 480. 3 frames. Only 3 frames of animation is possible with this. That does kind of suck. But there's got to be something else we can do about this. Yeah, sprite table buffer. Dang it. Yeah, 480 is a lot. And I can't just reduce it. Because then it will be misaligned. Wait a minute. All of the avatars in Goddess Slip are CGA colored. The only exceptions... Actually, no, there really aren't any exceptions besides like maybe like one particular case. And even that one is a very special case. Which could still be done via some other code if I really wanted to keep that around. Meaning, I could have a different format for the icons. I could actually have a different format for the icons. It would still need to be decompressed in RAM, sure. But I can have a different format. One that only uses 4 colors. 4 colors. Oh my god, I can reuse the NES converter. Oh! That's awesome. I have a reason to use the NES, like, format. That's 4 bits per pixel. It's a 4 bits per pixel format. Like, I could just reuse it. I have no reason not to. It would have been nice to have, like, a format that's more, catered towards the Mega Drive, I guess. But I think this is good enough. Yeah, I mean, I already made the converter format anyway, so like having all of the avatars be actually in a format that only uses 4 colors, besides just being like a stylistic thing, I think that would be a good idea. Holy shit. I didn't even think about that. The only problem is like converting the colors to be like a specific set of indexes, which wait, no, I already accounted for that. I already accounted for everything. Oh my god. We could do this. We could so do this. Holy shit. It does mean that there will be like some way to like customize it that doesn't get used. Because I only really need like 3. No, wait. I would need 8 modes, maybe. Hmm. That's gonna be fun. Maybe I could limit the number of, like, frames. Could I buffer? No. Don't put it in RAM. I will definitely be using the spot in RAM to convert the artwork to a format that the Mega Drive can read. Sure. But that would still be handled elsewhere. I would just need to make sure that it doesn't get, like... I would just have to make sure that the text is DMA'd before the avatar is updated. Oh my goodness. This is so silly. I still need to look into like what would be the best format to use down there in the first place, because like the way I have it set up might not be optimal. I'm just thinking so many things up now. Oh my goodness gracious. Dude, so many things are just like coming up, like just working out in general. Cause like yeah, the whole like only using 3 colors per avatar is like a stylistic choice. Like the entire thing is like stylized after like EGA, CGA stuff. So actually taking that and using it at like taking that and like taking advantage of that like generally, is actually kind of a bizarre, like, cool move to do. But it would have to be limited to just the text stuff, because, like, I can't do that for, like, uncompressed artwork. That, I mean, this is all technically uncompressed art. It's just a different format. A different format which I can recolor. That means I don't need to make recolored versions of certain things anymore, because I'd have a way to recolor them in general without having to resort to, like, messing with the palettes, because they'd just be recolored in software. Whoa. Dude, that's gonna be so sick to do. Oh man. Can't wait to get back into doing more God of Slip stuff, because, like, that's gonna be so fucking cool, dude. I can't believe the shenanigans I'm doing for Protoswap is actually helping the development of God of Slip. That's the kind of stuff I was hoping for. This is exactly the kind of, like, stuff I was hoping to end up doing with Protoswap, is that all these dumbass ideas, like little exercises in programming, are gonna help me come up with, like, small but, like, neat little, like, things that I can add to God of Slip. I'll just need... Now, the real question is what I want to do with the avatar itself. That would be extra crazy to do as well. Oh my god. Nah, but I shouldn't do that. Is there anything else using that? I'm gonna need to, like, take a look at anything else that uses the text box buffer. Cause yeah, that may as well just be a general, like, playground for DMAing. Or, like, decompressing and DMAing. Let's see. It is, yeah, text handler uses it. More text handler stuff. Sketch messes it up. What is this then? No data location. The sketch. Okay, yeah. Right. That's funny. Need to look into what this is doing. Yeah, no, nothing else is actually using the text box buffer. Awesome. It's free real estate. Dude, it's free real estate. The only thing that's using that whole, like, 1,000 fucking... It's 1,000. Yeah, it's 1,000. Like, compressing things in 4-bit color. I don't think 4-bit stuff is that big. generally. I mean, the real question is whether or not this would be more efficient compared to just Nemesis compressing it. That's a hard one, actually. Like, some of the artwork is going to be heavily dithered, but not all of them is going to be like that. I know a lot of them is going to be like that, though. Like, there's going to be a lot of, like, heavy dithering on some pieces. Really doesn't help that the palette's a bit on the arbitrary side. Kind of. Actually, no. Outside of black always being on E, the other colors are mostly just like 2, 4, 6. Or, I guess in the case of Tanara, would be C8E. C8E. They're always on like even pairs and stuff. That doesn't matter. Like, I'll just have like a different like algorithm for each of the cases, depending on what I need. Pretty sure the thing I have already like handles that. Yeah, because it does an and it does a XOR. Yeah, I should be able to do this. 0, 1, 2, 3. Turn into whatever the hell I want. Yeah. Should be able to handle that. I'll just have to figure out what kind of algorithm would do that. Oh, man. Dude. Just thinking this stuff up, like... I'm kind of excited. I'm actually kind of excited now. Excited and sort of distracted, so like... Man. Gosh. It's nice. It's nice to think about these things. You're happy about it too? Glad you are. Oh, goodness. Vivi, you are so adorable. Okay. Calm the fuck down, Pibby. Ah. Actually, you know what? No. Don't calm down. You are in a wonderful mood. I wouldn't want it any other way. Okay. Hmm. We forgot the sugar. Can't believe it. Occasionally I still think about like back in the day. And I'm like, I want maybe someday, but not really. I might want to turn like Yundong into like a real game. But at the same time I'm like, wait, I don't really need to do that. Like, it would be neat to see like a finished version of it, sure. But like, I already got like the next best thing. We got Goddess up going. Like, I don't have to rely on that anymore. If I want to complete a version of Yundong, then it's just gotta slip. It's not exactly the same thing. It's more RPG oriented than it was for Yundong. Yundong was still more platform oriented as far as I knew. But yeah, besides that, like, no, I'm pretty sure this is like more or less the same thing. I don't know. It's like I shouldn't feel bad about like Yundong being canceled at this point. It's been so long ago and stuff. Like, yeah, occasionally there's like a reminder or two about it. Just need to look back and see like what could have been. Looking at all the like little documents and stuff, like all the characters that were designed, all the assets made and stuff. It's like it was getting there. It was getting there. I put a lot of effort into it. Everyone did. But, you know. Some things are left never to be finished. It was a nice working experience, though. Though I think what I feel bad about the most is that the musician and like former like lead developer of Yundong, um, like he's had to deal with so many projects where his music just doesn't get to be released. So many projects where it's just like he just gets denied of any of the music that he's putting out. I kind of wish I could just like bring him over to like the Gossip development and just like get some song in there, or just reuse something from like Project Quote Vice. I still feel bad about Project Quote Vice because like it was getting somewhere. I thought it was kind of neat to like make a little like homebrew thing, even though it was still like a ROM hack internally around that time. Like, it would have been neat to like turn it into a homebrew when I figured out how to like properly program something like that. It's just a shame that we got stuck the way we did. Though, to be fair, I wasn't really that big into like platform fighters to begin with. Kind of found out like later on that like platform fighting games or like just beat 'em ups in general just are not my vibe. They just aren't. It's like working on one, like having to like design one is just like, what am I doing? Well, it was mostly his idea though, but I just couldn't help but feel bad about it. Platformer with like split screen support. Like I wanted to like keep things simple too. And yeah, the plot was made, but nothing ever came of it. When I think about it, like, damn. I killed this man's career yet again. Like, all the work he's put into this OST, it's just like, nobody's gonna hear any of it. Unless they go to SoundCloud, like, he uploaded everything. Which is nice. Ooh. Yeah, this is gonna need to be textured now. Vivi, why didn't you draw a texture on this? You fucking mean I fucking do it? It was your job! You're supposed to be sketching that shit. I mean, yeah, sure, I wasn't around when you did, like, a lot of those sketches. And I couldn't have just, like, directed you to, like, what you should have done, but, like... Or was I around? I can't remember. Honestly, can't remember, dude. Yeah, I should have just said something at the time, like... Sorry, baby. I mean, texturing this thing shouldn't be too hard, right? Like, it's mostly just like a checkerboard. Like, well, not even a checker pattern. Like, it's just... Yeah, it's just a square pattern. That shouldn't be too hard to do. It's a bit skewed, though. The sides shouldn't have anything, so that's easy there. Although the way I want to animate... Yeah, okay, you know what? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're only gonna do that. We're only gonna be doing this at the moment. Because I know it's gonna get messy once we try to, like, animate to the other side. It's like... Actually, you know what? No, Vivi, you should have done, like, an extra set of animations for the tail. Okay, yeah, fine. It was my fault. It was my fault. I was the one who said that we didn't need to do that. We could just, like, animate it, like, on... I would do it over here, like... Okay. Okay, I do admit I'm being a little lazy. I'm sorry, Vivi. I should take my L where the L is given. Oh, I get now. Yeah, no, that does make sense now. Well, I think the head needs to be rounder, though. Yeah. Needs to be slightly rounder. I didn't have the timer on. You know what? That's fine. I'd rather have the timer not on than the timer going on while I'm doing nothing. Besides, I was stalling, like, the entire time when I should have been working earlier, so, like, yeah, whatever. A little bit of karma. I could just, like, do a little bit of math and, like, figure out how much time I did waste, but, nah. Nah. I'm not that pedantic. Actually, you know what? I could take a little break. That should be enough for, like, the timer to go on while I'm, like, thinking of stuff. It's like, yeah, I was doing a lot of, like, cleaning up here on this one frame. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That should be... I mean, it's gonna be less in general. It's a small, like, bathroom break. So, like, that should be more than enough to compensate for that. It's cheating, but whatever. We do a little Billy Mitchell here and there. Alright. Be right back. We're back? Okay. Okay. So. Time of running. We got the idle going. We can continue on with the sides now. We're definitely not going to be animating the ear like that. I want to keep it as subtle as it was over here. So I'm going to have to, like, get rid of that one. As neat as it is. Nah, I want to make it subtle, so we're going with the subframe, or like subpixel animation type deal. Just like the head here. She is firm. That ought to do it there. As cool as a tilt would be, that's also a lot of extra work to do. Maybe the head should just be like completely still. Nah. It does need to move at least 1 pixel, I think. As long as they don't animate it like that, that'd be kind of silly. Honestly, if it ever has to animate that fast, I'd rather do like an extra animation rather than like leave it be as that. I do think one of the frames is a bit too fat. Uh-oh. It is though. I get that you're trying to like make it look like it's like coming closer here, but like I feel as though that was a bit too much. We're gonna fix that up a little bit. For now, let me just recolor these to be closer to what the colors need to be. We're using that. And those are going to be using that mostly. Same goes for down here. Hopefully those are consistent. Okay, that didn't mess anything up. Well, it didn't matter if it did mess up down there. I could have just recolored it back. Okay. I think in the future I want to avoid doing any more of this, like, oh, I forgot to turn on the timer, let me just, like, make up for it by, like, doing a small break and leaving it running. Dealio. Because, like, I still feel like I'm cheating there. Even though I'm definitely not. I know how much time I spent on working on this. Or at least how much I've actually spent on, like, working on it compared to, like, how much I'm not gonna get paid for it. So, like, nah. Better to just avoid in general. Stumped. Too much. Really, way too much. Maybe I should just tilt the entire head. I'm having, like, second guessing. I'm like second guessing here now because, like, it's like, yeah, left and right movement works really well here, but, like, it doesn't work when looking from the side. Like, it feels too silly now. That's my issue here, is that it's looking too silly. If I don't do any movement, then it's like, it's too stiff. Like, sure, we'll have, like, some movement here for, like, the ear and, like, the head tuft, but, like, it's just, in comparison, it just looks so still. Yeah, sure, like, for the most part, they're gonna be moving horizontally. But, like, that ain't gonna look good. Like, I'm gonna want to copy this part here. So I want that part to be consistent for all of them. Oops. Or maybe it should be stiff. We'll see. We'll see what we get told. Dang it. Ah. Clicking on it doesn't do things. What happens if I just hold that? Okay, it does just keep switching. That's bad. It's not like I'm gonna be using that. Let's hope it actually allows me to do that. Uh, not too close to up there. I'll keep that one consistent. Up. Why is the arm position like not consistent? What the heck? Let me take a look at how it was animated on here. No, it is consistent. What the hell? That must have been something I did then. Yeah, I think I might have just like made that up. Yeah. Oops. That's okay. I guess there's also the idea of like making it look like the entire body is tilting back and forth. Which it should. The body should be tilting actually. Oh my goodness. No wonder it's looking stiffer. I was like so focused on like getting it all like even at the top that I didn't think about like whether or not it should be even in the first place. Dang it. That one's up, so the entire body needs to be moved forward. So it should be more like there. And then that's the one where it's like tilted back a bit. So maybe a little bit less. I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good in this fine morning, even though it's like, yeah, I mean it is morning. You know what? We keep forgetting to get milk. We keep forgetting to get the milk. It's like furthest in here. I wonder if I can simulate that. No. Not without like messing everything up. Nah. Nope, 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 nope. One too many. Yeah, I think the head is just gonna be just a subtle movement. No pixel, just the subpixels. Which is fine, honestly. Oops. Tilted towards us. Okay. And the hair going to the left. Okay. I'll at least keep those traits consistent. The hair tufts are going to be funny. I think it'd be extra funny to keep those consistent between the left and right tilt. Yeah. The level of detail here. Too much up top. This does need to tilt. Okay. The lower it goes, the more it needs to move. The further up it goes, the less it needs to move, so it's only subpixels allowed. There we go. Okay. Don't make any of the side flips do that. And that should be the only thing. And this should be the other way around. Going to the left, or to the right. I think should be like this. Okay. Shape it from the bottom. Okay. Oh goodness. Ah. Right, we did have to redeem for that. Okay. Surprise you. Well, I suppose I could use a break from all this sprite stuff. Alright. Quick sketching it is. Alright, baby. You around? Good. It's you turn. How much time did we set it up for? Let me take a look real quick. Last time. It was... oh, 10 minutes. Alright, let me just set up a timer then. Alright. And don't go too far, okay? Maybe for goodness sake, stop breaking the, stop breaking reactive. My turn, I guess? I guess it is. Alright. There you go. Alright, mouse on the head, I suppose. Mouse on the head. Making the big Vivi signature there, that's cute. I guess that's a good way to go about it. It's like if we're doing a Vivi sketch, like a stream Vivi sketch, then it should have like the Vivi signature on there. We should workshop that a little bit then. I wonder if we should add like a date and everything. At least that way you could be you could keep track of like which stream has it and like look back at the VOD. Actually, yeah, we should just add that. And what day is it? And it's the 20th, but the stream's gonna say 19th. Yeah. So we're just gonna put 19th on here for the sake of like consistency with the dates, even though it is not the 19th. And we overshot it to like 25 minutes. There we go, 25 minutes. It did say, I think it did say like more than 29. Or like more than 10 minutes. Let me actually take a look at it again. Likely more if Vivi likes the prompt. I mean, I guess Vivi did enjoy like working on that. I mean, that's why they colored it, because otherwise it should have just been that. Yeah, it is always experimental. We don't know if that's like too many points or too little points for the redeem. I think it's enough. Like considering like how many people like watch this, it should be enough. And we're not gonna be like actively like advertising the points redeemed, because like that'd be kind of silly to do that. Why am I cleaning that up? I guess it kind of bothered me. Did I see I? Well, okay, I suppose I am kind of like the cleanup person. Eh, it is what it is. Vivi draws fast, I clean it up. I guess that does make sense, yeah. Like, they can do all sorts of other stuff, too. Yeah, I prefer things to be clean. And at least in terms of art, I prefer things to be clean. I'm kind of stinky otherwise. You're not supposed to agree on that, Vivi. You're supposed to say, no, you're not sticky. Fine. Alright, whatever. Could you at least be nice to me on stream? Really? No, stop. Cease. I get it. Right. Put the date there. Hang on. 2025. And then 11. and then 19. Make sure the data is like separated best as I can. There we go. The Vivi sketch. Ah, mousy. That one's gonna be gone though, but yeah, we'll keep this one. We'll save it somewhere. We should make a folder for like Vivi sketches for stream sketches. Let's see. 2025 stream sketches. There we go. First the date. We can make time lapses out of these. That would be nice to have. There we go. Okay, back to the sprite stuff. We should just like watch a random stream and see just how much, like how many points people get per stream, and like wager that amount. Okay, so 1.5 up until there. Perfect. And back down. Awesome. It is still missing something from this one compared to like this one. I got the ear animated. It's looking pretty good. We're missing something else. Actually, you know what? Every 5 minutes you get 10 points when 12 when you're subbed. Okay, 10 points per 5 minutes. We stream for like hours though. That's a lot of points. So that would be the equivalent of like 30 points per hour. 30 points per hour. That means 2 hours it's 60 points. 4 hours 120. Yeah, I guess 500 is like fair enough. Maybe up it to like 1,000. Because it is gonna interrupt the stream for a sketch. Though we don't tend to like do a whole lot on stream anyways. Also, the one thing I noticed that there is like a there seems to be like some sort of like thing. There seems to be some sort of like chapter system on Twitch now, and I haven't figured out how or like how to see those chapters. It's like it's there, but like how does it work? It's like it like does tell me that there is like a chapter there, but like it don't tell me. It don't tell me what it is. Goodness. Right, sketches, sketches, sketches. I'm just gonna send this one over to you. We'll be posting this later on today. Yes, the 50 points box. Yeah, you have to pay attention to those. No idea how much that is. I kind of forgot about those boxes. I will time it myself. I will time it myself when I get to like watch someone else's stream someday. I wonder if the timing on that is like different depending on like how long you watch, or if it is just completely random. We do have like an old bot account, the Tin Can bot. Maybe we can use that. We'll have to take a look at that later. Anyways, I just realized that I should have been zooming in even further. There we go. That was too much. Move that over there. That's off by 1. There we go. That is a lot easier to do. Okay. Definitely less here. Oops. The head being completely still is reminding me of like older like Hanna-Barbera animations. It's like nearly still, honestly. If it wasn't for like the ear movement, I would have said, yeah, that's like 100% Hanna-Barbera. But like the way it's just like the way it's just moving around is kind of funny looking. It's like they tend to put like a lot of focus on like just like the bottom part, but like the head is like always the same. I wonder if they've ever like rotoscoped that kind of stuff. It's like they have to have like the movement from somewhere. Speaking of, I need to like at some point we need to like record ourselves, just like kind of like do some funny walking, then use that as reference for animation and stuff. So I feel as though that's gotta be something they did back in the day, right? Because, like, where else would they get it from? Like, they can't just, like, on the spot make something up. Like, it has to be based off of something. And, like, yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of, like, base it off of, like, the walk cycles and, like, funny creatures from, like, zoos and stuff. Or, like, other experiences. I'm just thinking here, like, if it exists, like, how did it start? Like, it's something not a whole lot of people, like, think about. It's like, what is the origin of it? Like, what is the origin of, like, everything? I feel as though that's always important when it comes to, like, any sort of media. It's like, if you want to, like, figure out how to, like, make something new, then you gotta figure out how was it made to begin with? How did they come up with it? And then just kind of change one another factor, and voila, you got something going. Yeah, beaver. Pessimistic beaver. Called me old-fashioned, but I need a fashion. Yeah, you know what? That kind of describes us. Cool. I shouldn't add that, nah. That looks too silly. Cute. Oh, god damn it. Don't get too distracted. Okay, just a quick one then. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah, gee, I wonder what they're doing. Silly. Did you send us lost in nonogram form? I can't believe it. It's like, dang it. The mouse just couldn't resist but to solve it. There's There's Squeak cross-brained. Eh. Yeah, I think that's more like it. Don't want to make it look like it's bulging out or anything like that. Yeah. That one's kind of bulging out though. It's because the back is too wide at the moment. So that one's thicker here, but the back needs to be less. But the back needs to be more here. Goodness gracious. Shading really can determine a shape here. Yeah, it's too much. Oh, that should be more brighter. Yeah, that should be brighter here. It's like it's meant to be darker on this side, but then brighter here because that's more on focus. Yeah. There we go. we go. Rotund. Okay. Oh goodness, you're right. There's a more obvious separation there. No. That's the back one. Kind of have it on that one. But when going to this one, we do want more of that like separation to be visible. I think, yeah. There we go. Okay. It's actually too much. No, wait. This is this way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoop. I wonder if the claws are too big. It's hard to tell. I think they are actually one too much. Let me adjust this. Yeah, they're definitely too long. I think that can't be adjusted. Hmm. Hmm. I think it's more like that. I'm just looking at the sketch again. Yeah. Like a boot. Oh my god. That works! I'm hoping that's how he wants it. If it isn't, well, I can just revert to changes. Like, I'm just looking at it again, I'm like, wait a minute. No, there is meant to be, like, a bigger contrast. I mean, I've been saying that, like, the entire stream, but, like, I was just, like, trying to figure out how to contrast it a bit more, and I think I figured it out. Really, it's just, like, just draw a boot. Boot. Just boot. Insert proper boot device. I just need to make a good separation point. Not making it too unnatural looking, of course. It's like it is still a paw. It's just a boot-like paw, I guess. It's quite a fascinating specimen, if you ask me. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's like ever so slightly off of the, off into the leg. Or non-existing leg, really. It's like there's like a pretend leg here. There's a pretend leg in here. Sort of, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm figuring it out, yeah. Uh... Thanks, baby. Okay, less bobbing out the body, please. That's weird. It's looking more like a sock there on the back. That's not quite it. Needs to be boot-like, not sock-like. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. We forgot to turn on the timer again. God damn it. I knew something was up. Ah! Hang on. I can calculate this. I remember when it was. We stopped the timer when we did the nonogram. I think. So it's just 30 minutes. Okay. We'll just edit this real quick. Change value to... We'll just make it 55. Okay. I remember. Actually, like... There. That ought to do it. Okay. Not gonna do another fucking break over it. Nah. Crisis averted. In this case, yes, it absolutely is value. I need to keep track of how long I'm taking for this work. It's actually important. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Alright, you have a good one. Have a good morning. Might be a little late there, but yeah. Gotta say it anyways. I think last time I like said something about like I think last time I wanted people to tell me like whether or not they're watching the VODs. Um at least at some point I did. Have yet to get like any response on that, so I don't think anyone is like actually like actively looking at the VODs that we've put out so far. It's not like people get notified for them though. Which I guess is like part of the problem. She is coming to beat you up. Oh my goodness. That is what she does. You are cruising for a bruising. Hmm. I got some ideas on what to tweak next with the redeem. I'm thinking about it. Hang on. So that was that one being rotated around. That was an easy one to do since it was just like straight up just like the same thing. Just slightly rotated. This one cannot be done the same way though. this tail has to be a little bit more special. I should probably like move these elsewhere. Yeah, I'll put them over here. So I'm gonna need to like actually do something here with the tail. Up. Too much. There we go. Alright. Need a good basis. Like the tail is just kind of like this. From this angle, that is. And according to that, that's like dark there. Which is okay. It is tail time. Okay. So I want this to be closer to the screen. Which means I want it to be bulging over here. But going back there. I think that's how it should go. Only ever so slightly like that. Because it is still moving to this direction. And this stuff needs to be ever so slightly. Cut off. Okay. Oops. It's like down here, it's like that. But up there, it's this one. And up there, it's that one. Till down here, it's here. Subtle, but not subtle enough. Guess it does need to move a little bit more there. I'll get rid of this. A little less here. Oh yeah, definitely. Around here-ish is how I want it. Yeah, absolutely. Say what you will about our sprites, the one thing we do not fail at is the perspective bullshit. Though after so many years of doing SRP2 sprites, well, specifically Amy, like having to figure out what the scale is meant to look like on like several other like things in that game, like, yeah, I think we have a good grasp on like how scaling should work with any sort of object. And shape. Well, maybe not all shapes, but most shapes. And yeah, this is a fairly simple shape, so it's natural that this one ended up being fairly easy to do. Okay. It's funny I'm adding a stupid outline to the version that's not going to be visible. Okay, time for reduction. This thing is moving to the right now. So, with the green here, we want this to go ever so slightly, because we're going to the background. We're not going to be moving too much, although this end moves the most. We don't want to move too much. Just enough. Spooky. That might be too much already. Like, we want to be able to see movement, but not too much. Yeah, all of that is too much already. It's like what you see in the foreground is going to be the part that moves the most. There we go. Too much there. Still too much. Like, way too much there, jeez. Oh, just right. Like, we're tilting this way, so like, this side is going to be brighter. Because the light is hitting more of the tail's surface here. Although the tail does have like a weird curve here, so like, it's not going to be as much, but there should be at least like some difference there. In contrast, over here, it needs to be less. Because like this is tilting like towards here, and with the curve there should be less light coming in. Yeah. That's lighting. Gotta make sure that you know where all the drippy stuff touches. That is to say, if you think of light as like a liquid, that you just like pour all over something, then yeah, you get like half of it, and then the rest of it is just whatever spreads, and it always depends on like the kind of liquid. In this case, the kind of light. It's like, oh, it's like the kind of goopy thing, then like, you know, it's gonna like not spread as much. You're gonna have like just a little blob at the top. For something that's like oh goodness. For something that's oh goodness, what's a good way to describe it? Ukulele. Oh my goodness. Song is so silly. Goodness. I lost my train of thought because like the lyrics came in and I'm like, what the hell? Right, I was explaining it as like lighting. Yeah, lighting as like a liquid. The type of light and like I guess distance and everything kind of like I feel as though it's like comparable to light in some way. Like this is a really abstract way of like thinking of how lighting should be thought of. I wouldn't recommend people to think of light as like a liquid all the time. But you get a good idea of like where it should shine the most if you just like think of it as like a little like droopy thing, surface or whatever, or like some kind of like liquid just like moving in, falling on top of something. And I guess if you were spraying something with like a water hose and stuff, then yeah, that would be like another type of like lighting. Oh goodness. That's a really silly way of thinking of it. But like, it kind of makes sense because like, even if you're, I'm not sure if you've ever noticed this, but like, even when you're not that close to like a like automatic like watering thing. Like one of those like rich people gardens with like the automatic like well, I wouldn't even say rich people's gardens because those things are actually like kind of like cheap to maintain once you have to set it up. Anyways, yeah, it's more like the one-time setup that like messes everything up compared to like watering everything manually. Yeah, one of those like oh goodness, there's like a name for it. Irrigation system. Irrigation system? I guess irrigation. Yeah, like an irrigation system. Yeah. Like, if you ever noticed one of those, it's like, you know, it's like spraying from like... It might be like spraying from all the way over here and like you see like visually, it just kind of like does something like this. But like as a person over here, you're still gonna feel the water. Like you're still gonna feel the water because of it. Even when you're like this far away, like you will still feel like a bit of the water. And I feel as though that kind of thing, like how wet something gets compared to like how far away this like liquid is, I feel as though the same can be applied to like just thinking about like lighting. It's like, okay, this thing is like this far away, meaning it gets this wet per minute, and like that kind of wetness is like like how wet it can get per minute is like how much you should like add darkness to it. I guess is like a way of explaining it. It's weird. Oh, welcome back. I guess that works. I think. Yeah. The bottom part I'm not so sure about. So it made sense there, but like down there, It's a really odd curve. Not gonna lie. Doesn't help that I didn't move that part at all. Which I didn't feel like should have moved much at all. So I feel as though when I move that like that, I think it might be too much. No, no wait. I think it's just right. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. I think we got something going. Okay, so that is like 2 pixels there. Okay, yeah, I did actually just make it like a copy from like right there. Okay. I'll make a copy of this just in case. Although for the most part that is like complete. But we'll make a copy anyways, because like I feel as though it just makes sense to have some sort of backup around. Plus I haven't put the cigar on. Which I'm not entirely sure if it should be on both sides or just one side. Would be funny if it was consistent. But I feel as though like the cigar should be always visible. Because it's like a main part of the character. Not a main part of a character I would endorse, but like a part of a character either way. Okay. Hmm. Oh goodness. Yeah, I think I see where I want to change it a little bit. Just a touch. Hmm. Ow. Oh goodness, it's been 7 hours already. Hmm. We're like really close to getting this finished up. There's like a missing texture here on the tail. I'm not sure if it should be added in there or not. I mean, it absolutely should. Because, like, it's there. It's visible here, so, like, it should be visible there as well. Okay, so it's boop, boop, boop. Just like there. There. Like there. And I guess logically it would be down here. Too much of tilt. Nope. Hmm. Absolutely. Goes up like that. It should be more downwards, actually. Yeah. Nope. It's too straight. Make it a little bit more gaywards. No. Yeah, that's more like it. Oh. It. Hmm. Okay. One, two, three, four. Uh. Save the file, just in case. So, like, the one closest to us is the one we'll see the most out of. And then the second is, like, less. And then the third is, like, barely there. And kind of flushed to the... Okay, I can see why I've decided to, like, not have Vivi draw this part. Oops. A little crush. Oops. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, same. But also Vivi, language. I know I'm not exactly the best role model here, but like, god damn. Vivi, we cooked. Well, I say we. No, this was my part. Fuck you, Vivi. I would never say that to you. I know I just did, but like, you get what I mean. Look, I'm just trying to be funny, okay? Shush. I mean, don't shush. Actually, I love you. Ah, gosh. Nah, don't do that. I think the lowest one should just be like noise. Actually, no, it should not be noise. But like, I feel as though the last one is like too noisy, so I'm like trying to like make it less noisy looking. And I think using different shades is like helping out here. Yeah, I think just darkening up the last set is helping a lot. Like selectively darkening it. There we go. Let's go. I think most people are gonna accuse us of like using pre-renders or something for like this case. Because that would be really funny. We could just point to the stream and be like, yeah, pre-render my ass. Take a look. All manual. All calculated. Well, not calculated, like precisely the opposite of calculated. Having that like pre-render feel, but like not actually being pre-rendered. Yeah, I think we good. We think we good here. Awesome. Okay. Can't stop the music tonight. Let me just check how it's set up over here. It's like that is... Okay, it literally is just like a flip. Okay. Because I'm about to do the... Oh wait, no, I still need to do the hair. I mean, the hair's gonna be like Flipma based. Flipma based? What the hell am I on about? Oh, goodness. I can't just add a to like everything. Or like a... I can't just say everything is a Flipma. I'm calling way too many things just Flipma. I should just change the variables. Yeah, I should just change the not variables, the constants. I should change the constants for the protoslop so that it says Flipma consistently. Okay. Feels as though that's not subtle enough. So it's very subtle over here. But over here it's like not subtle enough. Eh. You know what? To hell with it. Time for Flipma. Okay. So that one's always consistent. It's a very subtle one. Okay. It is cigar time. Okay. Should be visible. I think I'm putting him over here. Was this a cigar? No, I never did make any movement on the cigar on that side. I think it should still be firm. Yeah. I think his cigar should always be firm and non-moving. I think it adds like the humor to it. Okay. Be on this side. And then for the other one, I think we're just gonna put it on the on this side here. Just like this. It just fit. Oh my goodness. Is it too high though? I hope not. Yeah, this one is maybe a pixel higher, and that's fine. Okay, yeah, that one's too high. That one's actually too high. Let me get rid of this part. It just needs to fit here, I think. I think that's like the level at which it is at. Okay, so if it like, yeah, around the same, yeah, that's the correct side. That's the correct place. Okay, cool. In terms of silhouette, it'd be bad. In terms of consistency, it's perfect. Okay. Oh wait, no, there's... It should be like this one. Because that's missing there. And no, don't do that. Keep it straight. Okay. Third dimension. Okay. And the last set would be just like the back walk. I think that one would be the easiest thing to do. I wonder if we can reuse the... No, we can just make another tail. Because it's closer to the screen, so it needs to be different. Although here, we can reuse the same tail from like before. I think that should be... I think we're game for that. Okay. We'll just send it over like this. I'll let him know that the front walking stuff has also been adjusted slightly to keep things consistent. Okay. And then otherwise, we should be good. Okay. Alright, we are at the... We're at 8 hours in. I feel as though I should stop the stream. Like how the tail here is just like really basic, but then over here is like in the third dimension, I swear. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that will be it for today. Thanks everyone for joining in, and I hope we will see y'all another time. Bye-bye.